Good morning, everybody. This session, including the conversation and reflections, which means the whole session until the coffee break, will be in the hands of Romy Heijmans. Romy has a wonderful new position at the Pakhuis de Zwijger Institute in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam. Where recently some real innovative measurements have revitalized this curious agenda-setting institute, and we appreciate very much that we can work together for a couple of years already, especially in certain applications, Mario. So take care and learn more from Romy and others. This new position is called Editor-in-Chief. So where can you find a cultural institution which is delivering programs to interested audiences through the institute, curating institute of an editor-in-chief? So Romy is probably the first editor-in-chief of a cultural institution in the European Union and far beyond. So do follow this initiative because it gives much more imagination to those who want to change the world not only, but want to be part of the necessary debate, dialogue, and changes in our cultural and social environment. So, Romy, but before she starts, I want to tell you that the second part of today, where Elisa is the main attraction, I would say, the keynote speaker, that this will not take part at the Kosovo embassy, which is just opposite this building, because the Kosovo authorities now have, at the moment, no ambassador in place since he had to leave Germany 2 or 3 days ago. So this session will take place here, including the reception, which is not unimportant. Another point, that this whole enterprise here and before, including certain applications I mentioned, are the work of a very small team on daily basis, Frederike and Linda. So when I'm speaking here, it is because of the high quality and excellent cooperation with Frederike and Linda. So thank you very much before we go home.
Thanks for that lovely introduction. Steve, hi, good morning, everyone. I hope you all slept well. I had a couple of glasses of wine last night and I can feel it a little. or I could feel it this morning, but I'm sure we'll get past it. So today I'm starting off with a service statement that Veronica is ill, unfortunately, so she won't be joining us today, which means we have a little bit more space in the program. I hope she feels better soon. I'm first going to introduce myself, what I do at Bakhuis de Zwijger and what we try to do there in Amsterdam. Then I'm followed by Alexander, by Herman, and by Arend. We're going to do the same thing. Then we'll have a conversation with each other about that and some reflections. We'll have a short coffee break, and then Steve and I will lead a conversation about the conclusions and recommendations following today and yesterday. Yeah, I'm it's interesting to hear someone else explain the position of editor-in-chief at a cultural venue, because it is a new way of looking at it, and I hope it will become a little bit more clear as I talk about Pakhuis de Zwijger. Pakhuis de Zwijger is a cultural institute in Amsterdam. It's a venue. We have 3 to 5 different rooms, 3 big ones where there's also studio equipment to record, and 2 smaller ones. And what we organize there is programs. And what we mean by programs at Pakhuis de Zwijger is basically, if you think about a talk show where you invite people on a stage to have a conversation about a specific topic from their perspective, might it be a professional perspective or a lived experience perspective. There's an audience in the room as well. So it's kind of what you can imagine. And the idea behind it is that we discuss many different societal issues from a quite progressive standpoint. It can range from conversations on climate change and how to intervene, to conversations about racism and anti-racism, how to put that into the systems, or make them less racist. It can also talk about architecture and how we might reinvent the subject of architecture to become more inclusive. So it's quite a broad range, but from a quite a progressive point of view, we select the themes that we have. The audience also plays a part. So sometimes the conversations that we have on stage are also quite interactive. It's also encouraged at different moments during the conversation that the audience has a say, is be able to ask questions, maybe even as part of the conversation. And sometimes the shape of the conversation is, because what I'm describing now is people on a stage and people listening in the room, but it can also take the shape of, for instance, a workshop or a skill sharing session. So it's quite diverse. The largest, to give you an idea, the largest of our rooms houses about 350 people, so that's quite a lot. And we work with a team of about 15 program makers who all have their respective expertises and create programs on these expertises. We also work together with many different partners from the cultural field, but also from other societal organizations. And that can range from kind of like relatively progressive businesses and organizations to, for instance, activists. We try to create as many connections as we can, not just in Amsterdam. It started out as a very Amsterdam-focused initiative, but by now we're also focused on working together with people from the whole country and even internationally. So every weeknight we have different programs, which means that we have different demographics coming to every room in the building. And that means that all of these people that would normally maybe not meet each other so often come together at Pakhuis de Zwijger. We also have a cafe downstairs, which means that after the program takes place, people go to the cafe, have a drink, maybe talk to the speakers of the program in a more informal setting, and they also run into each other. And a really good example of that I experienced when I just started working there a couple of years ago is that we had a program about sexual liberation in queer context and queer communities. And it was quite a frivolous program. There was a pole dancer, there were people being tied by ropes. It was quite sensual. And it also had an interesting demographic of people of color from the queer scene that came there and then went down to the cafe to dance. There was a DJ there and they were dancing. We also had a program on bird watching that night. So we had people who are interested in bird watching, which is general population, white men of between 50 and 60 years old, I would say. And I think those two demographics usually don't find each other that quickly in a public space. But after they both came down to the cafe, some people were dancing, some people were talking to each other, and there was a connection there that you wouldn't see quickly. I think this is a really good example of how we try and bring bubbles together that usually wouldn't meet each other. Yeah, another important part of what we do is the way in which the conversations take place. So often when you have these speaking houses or debate houses, it's about that debate. But we chose a different format. We chose to work with dialogue instead of debate. The difference between the two being debate is putting two different perspectives or more different perspectives as opposed to each other at a table and letting them fight out their differences or defend their own perspective and try and get the audience to agree with them and the other person to agree with them. So it's quite antagonistic. And dialogue is based on building on top of each other and working with each other towards a common goal. The way we do that is by having quite a clear scope of values at the basis of Pakhuis de Zwijger. And one of the main values is we don't invite people who don't acknowledge very basic factual things, concepts within society. So for instance, if you talk about racism, we don't put people at the table and on a stage who don't acknowledge that that exists or that don't acknowledge that it is a problem. What we do is invite people who acknowledge, hey, this is a thing that we should be taking care of. We have different perspectives on how we should do that. One person might be a policymaker, one person might be someone with lived experience. There might be activists there at the table, and they come together and they work with their respective perspectives to find solutions or at least interventions together and to hear each other. The lived experience perspective is really important also because often these conversations are had about people on a higher level, on the systems level, but not necessarily with those people. So that's something we always incorporate in the programs. And then another important part of it is putting an element of imagination in the programs. So the creative industries have always played a very big part in what we do at Pakhuis de Zwijger. That means that architecture has been a big topic at Pakhuis, but also design. It's also about performances and putting different elements that are not exchanging verbal knowledge or communication, but taking a different shape. So that means that the programs are also more accessible to people, that you have a break in between, and that you connect the information that you're getting from a knowledge perspective to an emotion that you might be feeling or could feel because of that night. It's also a way to connect people. The last thing I want to share about the work, the way that we work, is that we find it increasingly important to be transparent about the values that we work with. And that's also why a couple of years ago, we decided to work with a code of conduct, which means that there's guidelines for behavior in our building. These guidelines are for people from the team, they're for people who come as audiences, and they're for speakers on stage. They're always communicated to the speakers that we invite as well. And you can think of addressing someone by their correct pronouns, for instance, addressing someone without aggressive or respectless behavior. So it's really a behavior-focused concept or a document. And then also we're working on a editorial statute at the moment, which also kind of goes with this position of mixing cultural with the media perspective, the journalism perspective that you can also see in my title, right? The editorial or the editor-in-chief title. because you are working with content and you're working with perspectives and you're working with bringing across messages, which means that there's a process of selection that takes place. Something gets put on a stage and something doesn't get put on a stage. We decide what that something is, and we decide that based on a framework. And I think one of the things that are quite difficult is in this losing of trust in both institutions, but also in journalism, for instance, is that it's not clear what the framework is that they're working from. This idea of objectivity is still something that's very stubborn in, for instance, journalistic contexts, and it doesn't really exist. Everyone works from a framework, so we're really trying to make that framework visible to the outside world, to make ourselves credible, to be able to be held accountable. Yeah, I think that's also a way to work towards less polarization, because if people know what they can count on, because you're making it explicit and transparent, then there might be, a new form of trust building there. All right, I'll keep it at this. Thank you for listening, and I would really like to hear your ideas and reflections during the conversation round. Then I would like to invite Alexander to the stage. There you are. Thank you.
Okay. So another thing, just a moment. Another. Yeah. Mouse, mouse and bench. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Well, first of all, I would like to thanks for organizers, for the whole team, leading by Steve and Linda and Christian, because it's very important for us to come here and speak about the situation in Ukraine, about our imagined and renewed identity in Ukraine. On the road to here, the day before yesterday, when we were in Warsaw in the night, it was for me some really strange thing, because in public space, suddenly my phone called very soundly and with some alarm. It's like this. Just a minute. Okay.
Tension, increased air threat in your area, proceed to the nearest shelter. Attention.
For us, it's very ordinary things. Every day, several times, we have such signal, almost all in Ukraine, in transport, in different area. And with this, we should decide how to plan our day. Is it necessary to go to shelter, or we can continue? In general, we can continue and doing all our ordinary things. But it's very important for us. But in Warsaw, it's other reality. We are living in some other reality now in Ukraine during 980 days from the beginning of Russian aggression. And I can say that we live in our lost reality. You can see this some figures, because a lot of losses, including cultural monuments, museums, and every day more and more. And many artists, about 135 artists killed during this war, many journalists and so on. It's another reality, and it's a reality related also to culture, because culture is the first of area suffered from this war. One example, I can say, 3 days ago, in Kharkiv, the second large city in Ukraine with population more than 2 million, and now every day under strike of missiles and bombing, and with schools now underground, special schools underground, and children continue studying. They have a building, very important building. This you can see, it's a building of state industry building, Odersprom. It was built in 1930s, and it is monument of constructivism, built on the principles of Bauhaus in Ukraine. It's also a monument of national significance and international significance. But 3 days ago, it was struck by missiles. It's protected by UNESCO, by the way. And now it is a monument for us. It's a monument of so-called resistance identity. I can use this term using the term coined by Manuel Castells from Barcelona. Resistance identity for Ukraine, it means that from the beginning of war, the countries that have more than 130 national minorities and indigenous people, all of them say, we are from Ukraine, without any, despite of different backgrounds. We are from Ukraine and continue being from Ukraine in different parts. And also it is a so-called resilience identity. Resilience because now, counting of our losses, we are thinking about the future and how we can recuperate all losses and how we can move ahead. And with this in mind, we can say that this quotation from Milan Kundera, it's really relates to the Ukraine, because in occupied territories, many monuments destroyed. And it's interesting, but instead of our monuments, Russians returned their monuments of Lenin, of Soviet chieftains. They renamed once more the streets. They really burned books and banned Ukrainian language and banned Ukrainian books in schools. And even more, they banned Ukrainian passports, because thinking that with new passports of Russian Federation, it will be new identity of people. It's very strange, but it's reality. And it's some introduction. And then I say about some our projects that we are doing. I represent a non-governmental organization called Democracy Through Culture. It's the center of united artists, journalists, and researchers from all over Ukraine, but is situated in Kyiv, and we continue working. Also, I represent Institute for Cultural Research of the National Academy of Arts of Ukraine, and I am an expert of so-called International Committee on Intangible Cultural Heritage of UNESCO from Ukraine. One of experts, because Valentina is a leading expert and I am the second expert. And our organization, non-government organization, we are working with different also communities in Ukraine and continuing working despite of all of the situation. And one of these communities, community from a small town near Kiev, the town of Boguslav. It's very similar, for example, for Polish town Sejmy, from where Krzysztof Czyżewski and Veronika that are absent now. Krzysztof took part in one of our first workshop in this town online, because we can invite everyone from here coming to Ukraine, but you could put it also in mobile and then to listen and take care of yourself. And it was this workshop called Remember and Culture of Solidarity. And Krzysztof spoke about experience in Sejny. And now we are thinking with this also Boguslav and other small towns in Ukraine, because they also have different population, Jewish, Polish, and Ukrainians, and how to mix, and how to do some interesting project. The second workshop will be with Chris Baldwin from UK. He lives now in Plovdiv, Bulgaria, and he spoke about experience of European capital of cultures, because he was one of some director of different events of different capital of cultures, and so he speak how to do it. And it also, maybe you know that one of Ukrainian cities, the city of Lviv, now also sent his application to be capital of culture, of European capital of culture in 2030. One of the third capital of culture. And also Veronika also speak about the borderland. And now we also, with this small communities, they start to make strategic planning how to do it in our small cities, and not only in the small cities in Boguslav, but also in other. It was, for them, it was very good example and inspiring example. The second direction it is of our activities is research and distribute the information about our culture, about our cultural heritage, and so on. With the help of this invitation of our also partners and friends from Laval University in Quebec, Canada, they invite us to prepare special issue of very famous journal, Ethnologies, about Ukrainian intangible heritage in emergencies. And we have prepared, this is one, Ethnologies, and I will give it to Christian and to European, because it's very interesting about the situation under the war in Ukraine, and also with different very good examples. And secondly, not only research, but working with education in school. Last time being here, I spoke about our project with different Ukrainian schools. And we have published now this guide. It calls Learn and Study with Living Heritage in Ukraine, how to do it. It's not only for Ukrainians in Ukraine, Ukrainian children, but also for Ukrainian children in different countries. As displaced person, for example, in Germany, and also I can give to Christian maybe to distribute, because here it's in Ukraine, but with QR code, and you can put on QR code and having some examples in English, not only from Ukraine, from different countries, including short films from Spain, from, I don't know, maybe from Spain and the other country, but also from Ukraine, from Odessa, which also it's very interesting example. And so it's also very important for us to do it. And now you can see that with this journal is our Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine in National Academy of Arts. And he looks it and says that it's very important and necessary to introduce in school program such experience, how to use intangible cultural heritage, some manifestation of this intangible cultural heritage for studying different disciplines, not only culture, but also mathematics, chemistry, and many other. It's very interesting, and also it's very helpful for children's distracted from Ukraine, from the roots, from cultural roots in Ukraine. And the last hour, not the last, but very important also, our direction is working with media, Ukrainian media. We are working with journalists and with our other partners, the partner of Foundation of Solidarity, Suspilnis, or National Press Club of Ukraine. We are working with young and not only young journalists from all over Ukraine. We, first of all, we are speaking about how it is important to struggle against fake narratives about Ukrainian history, about Ukrainian culture, and many other things, because till now we have a lot of this information from Russia and fake information from Russia from the very beginning of our state. It's necessary to prepare journalists how to work. And the second direction, unfortunately, it's to work with journalists, mental health of journalists. It's necessary to give them psychological assistance using cultural resources, because many journalists, according to statistic data, about 90% of our journalists, after seeing this picture of the war, they have very problems with psychological problems, because you can't imagine these terrific pictures that they can see, and they can't show in screens and even in their coverings. So it's very important that we continue and do it regularly and working. And finishing, I would like to say that we are open to all interesting ideas, online, offline, if it will be possible. But some of our friends, for example, Chris Baldwin, would like to come to Ukraine and to work, and maybe he will come to Boguslav and we continue work. But also we are open to different cooperation and different projects with us and with European Academy Berlin and Alliance of Academies, because we are member of this Alliance of European Academies also through this National Academy of Arts of Ukraine. We are working with them as Institute for Cultural Research. And what can we say about the role of artists and cultural organization in Ukraine? The role is very simple. We are feeling that we are citizens of Ukraine and we are citizens of Europe, because we are struggling for these values about which we have told yesterday in Gumbel Center. This only values tradition and solidarity and many other things, and it's real. We need armament and arms to struggle, but not only real arms, but information arms and culture arms. And with this, I can only once more, this we can see this continuation is about mental support for journalists, and we use different possibilities how to do it. And with these words, I only to thank you once more for invitation, and we are open to collaboration. And I only wish you to live without such signals in mobiles, and only good signals. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. Let's save the questions and remarks for after, maybe in the general conversation.
Can question now or later?
No, let's do it after, during the
Okay.
general conversation, if that's okay.
After general.
Yeah. Is that
General.
okay? Yeah. Thank you. I'd like to invite Herman to come to the front next.
Thank you, Steve, for inviting me. Thank you, Alexander, for your story. It makes us very humble, I think, and realizing the meaning of freedom, and it makes my story a bit the luxury version of being a museum when you're free. So it's yeah. Those are the important stories of today, I think. So this is a story about Os, totally different. For the people I didn't speak already, my name is Herman Tibos. I'm director of Museum Jan Kuhne in Os. And prior to this, I was head of education at the Kröller-Müller Museum in Otterlo for 16 years. And before that, I was a teacher for disabled children. So it's a bit of a strange career, but now in Os. And it is my mission in the museum world is to make art accessible to as wide an audience as possible. That may sound like a cliche, but it isn't. This is because art is still often presented by well-meaning guides, like in the picture, who ultimately only confirm what many people already fear. Art is only interesting if you know a lot about it. But this is what I strongly believe in. This is our outside escape tour in Os. And the people, I think, are we already allowed inside? Because there's something that might move me, that might inspire me, an object that makes me see reality, myself, and the world around me in a different way. But first, let me introduce you to my museum. If it works, yeah. This is our museum villa, built in 1888 by the Van den Berg family. And you may not know them, but you, for sure you know one of their most famous products, margarine. The Van den Berg family and the Jurgens families opened in Os the first margarine factories in the world. Later they formed multinational Unilever. That's mostly known now. And margarine marked the beginning of Os's industrialization. After margarine came the meat producers, Unox and Zwanenberg, who introduced, for example, smoked sausage and canned soup, also from Os. From Zwanenberg slaughterhouse emerged Organon, the pharmaceutical company responsible for the birth control pill and mass-produced insulin, also from Os. But of course, there are some black pages like yesterday in the Humboldt Forum. So we had to cope with those too. So we have all those interesting, innovating stories, but the black pages made the Os people. It was difficult to tell their story without mentioning the Gang of Os. For the Dutch people here, they will know it as the Band of Os, and they were still afraid of that. When you tell one story, you have to tell them all. But I think you can. But it's like with Paul yesterday, it needed an outsider to tell the inside stories. So it was a city full of life, but 10 years ago, the museum was in a slump. Despite beautiful art exhibitions, local support was very limited. That had to change, the municipality decided. But how? How do you create impact and prove your value and your relevance in a city of doers and workers? When I started, I had to embrace that challenge. And my first decision was that we needed a structural change. Not just good intentions, like nice projects that would undoubtedly celebrate some success, but from a deep intrinsic motivation. To truly be a museum for the public, we had to drastically change course. And this led to a new mission and a new business plan with clear objectives that, for instance, our rich history had to be the new heart of the museum, and we had to create more impact inside and outside our villa. Even not to forget the learning. A museum can learn, and we want to learn, and we want to innovate. That was a great adventure, and fortunately, we had some successes because if you visit the museum now, you'll find the local history in the center of the villa, at our heart, with a hall of fame of stories and various old and modern highlights. And the staircase has been transformed into a true Oz wonder room. You see a bit of it at the left of the picture. And also the dark pages had their place in the story, because they have their place in history and are totally logic. But perhaps even more important is the shift in programming. Since the transition, every major exhibition has a link to the local story. For example, in the image you can see the exhibition Kunst en Vliegwerk, art and airmanship, I think, which directly connects to the previously mentioned Oz inventions. We've also showcased treasures from the Bronze Age, fine art, 19th century impressionism, astonishing bio-art, but all in relation with those local stories. And one beautiful result is that our garden, the garden from the villa, also has a connection now to the pharmaceutical industry, because artist Stefan Kools, he designed it as an animal pharmacy with medicinal plants for animals. And we've made it accessible again for the city, so they can walk around in the garden of the museum. That before that was impossible. For local amateur artists and craftsmen and people with a hobby, people with a story, like in the Humboldt, I saw it yesterday too. Paul told us there is a part that people can use for their own ideas. We have that too. We have our guest room in the villa, and people from Oz and surroundings can have their own exhibition there related to the ongoing exhibition. And there's so much more. But perhaps the most special project in terms of inclusivity and participation is Jan Kuene Stays Over. And it's inspired by a project of our colleagues of Museum Elsene in Brussels. In this project, artworks from our collection spent a weekend at the homes of residents in Oz. On Saturday, the residents have the artwork for themselves. And on Sunday, there's a small tour through the neighborhood with the artwork as the center of gathering and conversation over a cup of tea. People invite their own friends and family and neighbors. And I have a little video, and I want to try. I have one of 1 minute, but the better one is the one of 3 minutes. So I'm going to steal 2 minutes of your time, but it pays off, I promise. I think there's no sound.
Jan Kuene Blijft Slapen is een project waarbij kunst uit het museum voor een weekend blijft logeren bij mensen in de wijk in Os.
Kom je kijken. We zijn in het schilderijen tekeningendepot. Ik als collectiebeheerder draag zorg voor de kunst, maar ook het transport van hoe gaan we transporteren. Bijvoorbeeld bij dit project, hoe plaats je bij mensen thuis?
Als je meedoet aan Jan Kuene Blijft Slapen, doe je echt mee als wijk. Dus samen met je buren ga je dat project aan en deel je die ervaringen mee te maken.
Weet toch niet wat er gaat gebeuren. Geen idee of 5 mensen komen, of dan blijkbaar 50, 60. Er kwamen natuurlijk ook vrienden en kennissen. Ja, we hebben gewoon enorm genoten.
Wij willen de mensen graag goed leren kennen, omdat we dan natuurlijk ook een goed kunstwerk kunnen selecteren. Wat goed bij die mensen past.
Laura heeft uiteindelijk besloten wat er in mijn huis zou komen aan kunst. Maar ze heeft eerst gekeken en wat ik eigenlijk dan ook verrassend vond, dat ik dus een heel rustig kunstwerk kreeg. Ik dacht dat ik een beeld zou krijgen, maar het werd een schilderij. Waar ik ook heel erg van genoten heb, omdat als je langer naar die afbeelding kijkt, zie je meer. Ook al is het eigenlijk een eenvoudige, rustige afbeelding bij mij. En je gaat er toch wel anders naar kijken.
Kom nog wat dichterbij. Laura had mij ook die vragenlijst gegeven, die ik aan bezoekers zou kunnen stellen. Maar
in plaats van die aan de bezoekers te stellen, heb ik die ook eerst aan mezelf gesteld. En toen ben ik dus vandaar dat ik mijn pianokruk heb genomen en gewoon zitten staren. Wat zie ik nou?
De collectie is een gemeentelijke collectie, dus in die zin is de collectie van alle Osse inwoners. En daarin is het ook mooi om de kunst naar mensen toe te brengen die normaal gesproken niet zo snel naar het museum zouden komen, zodat je de kunst ook in een andere setting kan ervaren.
Er stond hier een stel hier, en er stond een stel daar, en er stonden hier 2 Turkse dames stonden hier. En die ene mevrouw, die raakt emotioneel. Die zagen in die zwarte strepen de doden van hun familie, maar in het midden de geboorte van een kind. Dat is de meest indrukwekkende ontmoeting geweest van gisteren.
Ons museum, het is natuurlijk echt een Os museum. Dus wij willen ook de Ossenaren leren kennen. En wij leren hier ook weer heel veel van. Want wij zien ook wat zo'n kunstwerk doet in huis. Waardoor het kunstwerk ook weer meer waarde, meer gelaagdheid krijgt. Wat wij ook weer kunnen meenemen als bijvoorbeeld tentoonstelling in het museum.
Sorry for the stolen minutes, but I think it's worth it. I'll be a bit faster with the rest then. Boink. We've done it 4 times now. Jan Kuhne stays over and have 6 more editions planned. We collaborate with social services, with refugee work, so we're constantly learning ourselves. An edition we're particularly excited about will take place in palliative care, where the people will have the artwork, of course, entirely for themselves. Sorry I have so little time, but I'd love to share more during the break or the coffee. So what's the result of the transition? Sorry, it's my morning English. The transition of the museum. You see our visitors have grown with 65%, but more important is the local visits increased with 300%. So people recognize themselves in our museum. And also important in those times is the political support we have now. From far left to far right, everybody is positive about our museum and what we're doing now. And the local crowd is 75% because Oz people are a bit humble and they say, okay, I like it what you do. We like your juicy clover. And a wonderful result also for us, and the surprise was that we won in 2023 the biggest National Museum Award, the Vriendenloterij Museumprijs, due to the significant impact on local identity and the strong community support we've built. And then I'll have another video because you see what changed in the city in the campaign video that we made. It's 1 minute, but you see our beautiful museum. And my team. She's our mayor.
Mooi, zie. Wel even gestemd worden. Ja, allemaal doen, hè.
And I really like the video because also is present there, from the people who work in the green, who work in our gardens, and the major, and everybody yeah, feels involved now. That's why we won, because we had to collect so many votes. And with the prize money of 100,000 euros, we started a project to create 11 small exhibitions in public spaces throughout the city. The first one has already opened in a care center, and we brought back there the archaeological objects that once were found at that spot. So this is the end of my presentation. So hopefully there will be much more beautiful projects to come. We're certainly looking forward to it.
Thanks, Herman. That was a really fun presentation. So let's circle back when we have had our coffee break and do questions then. And then I'd like to invite as the last one doing the introduction today, Arend.
We are interested in pursuing a collaboration with local LGBTQI+ communities. We wish to proceed sensitively. We want to empower this community and avoid exploiting them. How do we proceed ethically? This is a question that's been on my mind. I think it has to have been on my mind. I've been forced to think about it for years as a student and now as a researcher and a writer. I've done a research project for museums. I'm an art critic, and I'm also currently working on a larger guidance that is to be published by the network of European museum organizations on inclusion in LGBTQI, well, for LGBTQIA+ communities in European museums. And I was very honored by Linda that she asked me to contribute here today, and I've been very inspired by all your contributions for the past couple of days and our museum visits. And I hope, well, there are connections between what will follow here in my presentation, where I will try and respond in a succinct manner with three key learnings to this question: how can we collaborate ethically? And what I should also add is that this question is articulated in a kind of open sense. So collaboration, of course, we are mostly talking about artists, or they are a red thread in our presentation, in our conference today. And this collaboration can take many shapes. Of course, we've seen yesterday, artists can have works commissioned, or they can curate smart parts, but there are also public programs or organizing workshops for colleagues. In our guidance, in our project, we kind of choose a kind of more open language, because we hope many different people can make our insights their own. And what I should also share, that our guidance is based on lived experience and based on insights from colleagues across Europe, from Western and Eastern Europe. We've conducted interviews with colleagues and read literature over the past couple of months. Before we start, I should clarify this is a title. So there's the acronym LGBTQI+, which stands for lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer, intersex, asexual, and plus more. This is a community that, well, to be very, very succinct, community that has been marginalized historically because they are perceived not to be normal in terms of our gender or sort of in terms of our sexual orientation or whatever. There are norms in our society that demand how we should be or expectations, and we are in many places still not perceived to be normal. And I think we should also acknowledge that cultural institutions and such as museums are complicit and they reproduce these norms because museums represent who has money and who has power in a given place. And I hope we all understand that museums should be more inclusive. I hope this is not something that I have to argue for here. And also, well, won't spend much time delving into like more kind of historical discussion. There's a long history of activism and long history of artists and curators and interventions in museums. There's also a long history of theoretical discussions about how to identify this community and which concepts to use. For instance, personally, I also like this notion of queer community because it's maybe a more open way of identifying us without putting us into a box. I think this is also a big discussion. I will try not to delve into that too much. I mostly want to focus on learnings and the insights that we are sharing in our guideline, the recommendations that we are delivering to our colleagues. And the first learning, well, the question is, as you might remember, so how can we start a collaboration with the marginalized community and with the community that we haven't seen in a museum, that has been historically kind of excluded from our museum? How do we start? And well, in our guidance, we have many kinds of these scenarios and many kinds of questions. But in the case of a collaboration, we start by saying, do your homework. Do the work yourself before you ask other people to work for you. So we actually still say, like, if you are a curator or director, if you are a manager and you work in a museum and you have these resources at your disposal, our first recommendation is to think about what are those resources? What is your positionality? Reflect on yourself. Museums have a collection, they have an institutional history and a relationship to a location. They have already communities. There's also who's been hired and what is his organizational culture, what is the political context, what is maybe the kind of long-term mission of an institution. And we hope that, well, our colleagues first reflect on their own practices before they start thinking about a collaboration. I think this kind of self-awareness and reflection is very important, and also this awareness of positionality and of power. Second, so when you start a collaboration, what we are recommending in our guidance is, well, the situation that what we are stressing that should be avoided is this kind of a dynamic where a curator comes to a group and says, we expect this from you, or we want you to do this for us, because this is exploitative and extractive. So what we are saying is that, for instance, curators can engage with communities. Well, firstly, maybe start making connections informally and start talking to us without having an expectation, like have us for coffee and talk to us and come to our events and understand what we are doing. Trying to understand if there are NGOs in the area of the museum, if maybe there are activist groups or grassroots organizations. And I think once people working in museums, once they feel comfortable, they can maybe start giving small projects that over time can grow into larger initiatives such as exhibitions or larger public programs. And the language that's often used is handing over the key, which means that a curator or a public program manager offers institutional resources and money and power and all kinds of opportunities to a community, which returns with using the space on their own terms and in the way that they wanted to. A third learning is that the process is important. In the process, there should be many things to be kept in mind and many aspects to be kept in balance. One of them is time, something that the people we've spoken to have stressed, that museums have well, they have deadlines and they work with projects like, oh, we want our exhibition done by that date, or they want an acquisition done in this year, or they want a public program that's been planned on this date, and can you come? Well, for us, I think, for instance, if we are doing research into a certain topic, or if we're preparing a performance, this is a process, and it requires exploration, it requires taking initiative, but also having the time to think and not know where you're going, and having the time to make connections informally. Like, it's really a meandering process. The creative process is very open. So, and this pressure from institutions to create a deliverable can kind of inhibit that or put a stop on that, or can make projects feel like they don't live up to what they could have been. So time is, ethically speaking, a very important currency. Another currency is money, because many people from our community are underpaid structurally. There's European policy research that has been stressing how, for instance, trans communities or people of color across Europe, this is not in Western Europe, and also think of Roma communities in countries such as Hungary and Romania, they still are structurally underpaid. They do not receive the access to the job market as their white counterparts do. And the choices that institutions make in terms of how much they're willing to pay people is a reflection of how much they acknowledge these marginalized communities and how far they're willing to go. And often with these kind of projects, there's also a risk that institutions ask labor and expertise, but then they end up giving a kind of compensation, or they ask people to do work for free. And this is very problematic because this keeps the power balance asymmetrical. So money is also very important to keep in mind. A third factor is allyship. So it's collaboration between museums and marginalized communities. It's about values and shared values. What we also have often seen, and what has come from our conversations, is that museums can start a collaboration with community, but then, for instance, they can start making initiative. For instance, they open bathrooms for everyone. You know, this is something that public institutions should be doing, but then they receive backlash on their social media, and then they kind of change it again, or they're too afraid to speak out and defend their own choices. Actually, also the other day I was reading an article which also reminded me of this, that a painter whose work is being shown internationally right now, he was in talks with a museum in the United States to have an exhibition of his artwork, but the museum said, and well, he makes works drawing from his own experience and his lived experience, and the museum actually said in the US, well, we don't want to show like half of these paintings. We don't think they are safe for children. So the artist said, then you're not getting my work, because I mean, the museum should be prepared to stand with the community, and museums should be prepared to stand to share the values of the communities that they wish to work with. They should avoid a situation where they create one project and then they kind of let go of the community, or at a crucial moment they refuse to defend or stand with our community. So these collaborations are also kind of based on values. Ultimately, yes. Ultimately, I think in this section of our guidance, we say that this is that these kind of collaborations are a balancing act, and that they go both ways. So on the one hand, we stress and we tell curators and directors that the work, that it's about how much power they are willing to give away, about how much money are you willing to spend, how much of your doors are you willing to open, how many of your keys are you willing to give away. At the same time, we are cautious of that as well, because delegating responsibility to other people when you are a curator or director is also problematic, because that kind of outsources the problem, right? I mean, following our visit yesterday to a museum, I was thinking, is this enough? Is this enough if a museum curator decides to commission one artwork from one artist? That doesn't really change the museum. I think it goes also in the other direction, where museums themselves should be not just prepared to reflect on their political context and on their own institutions and their practices, but they should also be willing to grow and evolve and move with the communities that they wish to support. In any case, I think there are many other aspects that we are discussing in our guidance with regards to research and making exhibitions or inclusion in organizations, for instance. And also many other aspects to discuss with regards to this very topic of collaborating with marginalized communities. So we hope that when our publication comes out in the next couple of weeks, actually, I've read a draft of our guidance and it's being designed right now, and there's a conference coming up in next week. We hope that you will all read our guidance and that you will share it with your colleagues perhaps, and that you will reflect on it, and that it will all help our museums to change for the better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we've now reached the part where we do conversations and reflections. I think yesterday we did it while everyone was sitting in a circle. We can do the same thing, or we can move the people who spoke a little bit to the front, but maybe we can just stay seated. And maybe we can segment it a little. So maybe we can reflect a little. I think there was already a question for Alexander, right? Or a remark in the room.
Yes, thank you all for the interesting presentation. I had a question for Alexander, actually, based on things we are doing and collecting about Museum of the 90s from the Balkans, and about the role of art in surviving difficult times in a very difficult situations. Now I remember stories from Sarajevo. Do you have any contacts with the artists or activists from Russia, from Moscow? I mean, I know in the Balkan period in the 90s, there was several, even it was very difficult communication between Belgrade and Sarajevo, anti-war people, etc., artists. Yeah, just I'm curious. I don't know the details. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Shortly, no. We have no connection, no with artists, not with researchers. Before before maybe even 2014, we have very good connection. I had many contacts in Russia, in Moscow, in Peter, in Petrozavodsk, and many other cities, but now it's closed. As from our side, as from Russia, because it's banned for them to contact with us, and we don't want, because it's really no one Russian artist till now, with very small exception, announced that they are against the war. They are for peace, but speaking about the war between Russia and Ukraine, they don't want, or they can't. And it's really very strange for us and for our, so we have not, but we have a Serbian artist, if you will. We have a Serbian artist, ethnologist, and many other with all countries, with exception with Russia, and now with Northern Korea as well. Because Northern Korea, maybe you know that some troops from Northern Korea now fight against Ukrainian soldiers as well.
Would anyone like to respond or chime in? Has anyone got a follow-up question? Yes, Oets.
As well, can your research have a profit for other war situations in the world? Or is it special for your situation?
Yes, for us it's very interesting Balkan example, and we have very good connection with our Croatian partners, and not only Croatian, from the different other countries from all Balkans, and from Kosovo, and from other parts of Balkans. It's interesting. And also we have very good connection with Colombia artists and also Ministry of Culture. We have, with them, we had some joint project about the role of culture and cultural heritage in working with local communities. In Ukraine, we do it in both language, Ukrainian and Spanish, and so it's really very interesting. So we do some interesting research about war situation, but it's very hard because we are in the center of this war situation, and it's not post-war.
No.
And for us, it's every day is very changing. Even this night, we have a lot of alerts. And once more, our colleagues from Ukraine said that about Odessa and many other cities were bombed and stricken by missiles. So every day we have a huge number of losses and new situations. So it's really very difficult, but we are thinking about the future. So it's once more, it's a resistance, identity, and for me, it's really very interesting. Going along the streets some days ago, I had from small school children, oh, Russian MiGs, it's alert, and they disappeared. It's really some difficult situation in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Thank you. Utz, you also had a follow-up question.
Yes, Alexander, thank you for your presentation. And I do not have really the words to express what goes through my mind when you present this. Thank you for that. And I do know nothing about war, and I think it's better I keep it that way. But I know something about European capitals of culture. So if you want to be on that with your team, and I know Chris Baldwin, inspiring man. So if one way or another I can share my experience with you, I'm happy to do that. And my question is in that field as well, because if you're preparing a European capital of culture, they always ask for your European connections, and you have many European connections since a huge part of your population lives in other European countries, as in mine as well. And I could think of organizing something with a diaspora in the support of that idea. And if you, one way or another, are interested in that, I'd like to offer my help for that.
Thank you very much. Very small two notes. I was in Leeuwarden during the capital of culture. It's really fascinating city and many interesting projects. Really, it was by the European Festival Association meeting with this. And second, sometimes ago, one of Ukrainian city was the capital of culture of Ukraine. You know, it was the city of Mariupol, now destroyed and occupied. And so it demonstrates that even capital of culture, they are forceless before the war. It's very hard. But thank you, and with very pleasure, and I distribute this information, and we be in contact.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone who would like to join this part? I'll do Elisa first. Yes, thank you. Seeing you.
Thank you to all the great presentations. I will also like to just comment on what Alexander discussed, because it brought me back to the almost same experience as I experienced while being a teenager. But I just wanted to highlight that even in the worst situation of Kosovo, there was a group of youngsters and there was a group of academics who cooperated with Serbian academics. And Post Pessimist was a group of young people. Of course, they were supported by Soros Foundation during that time, the office in Belgrade and in Kosovo and in Pristina. But they were somehow cursed in the sense of public debate, why they are cooperating when the war is happening, and blah, 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 both ways, even in Belgrade or in Pristina. And yes, there was this exchange of academics not a big number of people, but the Center for Humanistic Studies Ganibobi, which was created by the Soros Foundation and supported by Soros Foundation before the war, actually created this safe space for dialogue and produced a lot of publications to that in Serbian and in Albanian. It's a pity that it's a generation of loss, because then the same people don't communicate so much anymore. I mean, the dialogue didn't continue after the war, but I think there is a lot to learn and to exchange with Ukrainian people, but also maybe there is a potential spark somewhere in Russia for academics and artists in Russia to do so.
Thank you. Steve and then Miguel.
Just two observations after Alexander's presentation. He showed a marvelous picture from Krzysztof Krzyzewski, who was one of the pioneers immediately after the collapse of, say, communist regime in the Suwalki corridor. Suwalki, at that time already, was the highest spot in Poland to the border of Russia, Kaliningrad, Lithuania, and Belarus. I happened to meet him at his pioneering day, period, and he installed there a marvelous spot, a mixture from Pakhuis te Zwijgen, from a Graz and other centers of how to pioneer through dialoguing a concept of the future. This center still exists, not only exists, but even under the previous Polish rulers, it kept their power, and therefore I regret that Veronica, who is now the boss of the Borderland Foundation, couldn't be here. She, in fact, is also the daughter of Krzysztof Krzyzewski. And Krzysztof is now, as we heard, an inspirational figure for all kinds of pioneers, be it very young ones, but more people from academic practices. And the next information about that is that right at this moment, while we are sitting here, my colleague from the private university, Netherlands Business Academy in Dordrecht, is now teaching 40 staff people from Ukrainian, Lithuanian, and German universities, thanks to a grant of EU Erasmus Plus schedule. So for those who want to intensify communication with Alexander and others in Ukraine, where my colleague Jan van Zwieten, rector of this private university, has more and more professional contacts. And the Erasmus Plus program is happy to support these kind of connections. So find your way in cooperation.
Thanks for the recommendation, Steve. Thank you. Miguel, I think you still had a comment as well.
Thank you, and thank you to all of you for the very interesting and wonderful presentations, and inspiring too. And there was a couple of questions that came to my mind when listening to Herman Tiboch about the initiative you are leading in Oz. One of the things is about because well this initiative of opening the museum to the citizens. I find it like very interesting, and it's a way of also of making citizens part of the cultural life of the city, but also strengthening and promoting local identity. And I wonder, how do you convince the people in terms of, because maybe you don't have that problem, but in terms of security? Because I see some security issues, like for instance, when you are opening the doors to people of your house to show the works and so on. So anyone can come in and maybe there is no people with good intentions. So, and there is also the fact of securing the artwork. And what I also noticed is that at least what I saw in the images of the samples you were showing is that the people that was hosting the pieces of art, they were like well situated people. So do you also work with disadvantaged areas in the city? Because I think it's important also to approach culture to other disadvantaged areas. And I don't know if you are also thinking on this is part of the project, but was not in the film. But for me, that is an important issue also, to approach and to include those disadvantaged areas that maybe are not so close to culture and not so much interested, because normally they are a little bit excluded.
Two questions. Yeah, there are a lot of reasons not to do something like Jan Kuhn Stays Over. And one of those is the security reason. But what we think is, when you really want to share your collection with the city, you have to find a way to do that. And when you think security makes it impossible, then the sharing your collection will be impossible. So what we did, I tried this project before at the Kröller-Müller Museum. The television was interested, and in the end, my director said, "Oh no, I don't dare. It's too complex." So when I was in Oz, I thought I'll try it again. And what we did is calling our insurance company and asked them, "What do you think of this idea?" And they said, "It's a wonderful idea. We make you pay, I think, 10 euros more for the weekend, and everything is covered." So it's covered in the museum and it's covered at people's houses. But when I compare it to the first version, we changed a bit, because this project doesn't need our most expensive works of art. It is about sharing your art. It's not sharing the most expensive ones of the collection. So that's the change that we made, because the people who joined in said, "Ooh, it's a bit exciting for me, because now I have a work of art in my house, and I don't want to think that everybody will think I'm going to get it this night." So we with the insurance, that's all okay. That's for the people who join in, very important. And the works of art that we lend off are not more expensive than works of art that people have in their houses already. So people are not afraid anymore. But we've done it 4 times now, and we learn every time. We don't need the biggest ones, the most heavy ones. It's about talking about art and feeling like it's also your collection, the collection of the city. So that's what we did. And this is a film about the first edition, and we started, you're right, in an area in Oz where we thought, oh, people already like art. And from the second edition, we went to other areas in Oz, like you said, the more disadvantaged areas. And they really are enthusiastic, because those people say, no one ever comes to here with the idea, and no one ever trusted us to be the owner for a weekend of the works of art. So they are more proud. They are inviting all their friends. In those areas, it is the most successful, our project.
Right.
And what helps in those areas is that they care about each other more than in the rich areas. So there's a collective feeling of, we are doing this. Come meet us. Come at our homes. There were refugees last time who they were living in Os for 1 month, and they didn't know their neighbors before the project, but they stepped in. They invited. They had their own sweets, drinks. It was a party in their house, and they know the whole area now, and they can wave at each other at the Jumbo now. That's what the guy at the beginning told. So I think for social reasons, those areas are the most successful. But we don't want it to be a project only for those areas. The museum is raising the standard. That's not what we want. So we do it everywhere, but particularly on those places too.
Thank you. Great.
I have a follow-up question for that. So how do you select the people that can house the artworks? How do you find them?
They select themselves at the moment. At the first edition, we had to go around the city and ask people, ring their bells. Do you want to be in this project? No, no, no. But now the areas they call us, our area exists for 100 years. Can we be part of Jan Kuenen Stays Over? And then the people in those areas, you have the people there from social institutes, or they know the people, and together they make a list of households that are interested to join in, and then we visit them all and ask who they are, what their story is. We look at their houses, what will match here. So it's like Arend said, it's not that we have our project and then we go to the neighborhood. That's how it started. It was the only way. But now the neighborhood is starting the project, and we join in when they have enough people who wants to be.
So it's
who host,
decentralized.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. Any other questions?
I just, because at the end you said that now the museum is subsidized 100% from the government, right?
No. It would be great, but no. We are the municipality pays. I think 80% of our costs. Yeah.
Still is okay.
Yeah.
How much it was when you took the role and you started to do the plan and the vision and reaching the goal?
That's a good question, and a bit difficult because the prices went very high from everything. And at this project, we had some help from extra funding.
Yeah.
So we paid this project from extra funding, but it's very cheap to do this, because the only costs that we have, except of our hours, is the coffee and the cake that we deliver to the households. So it all changed, and yeah, we earn more now, but we have a lot more costs overall. So yeah, this year we get too little from the municipality to live. So
Yeah, sure.
now we have a problem, but it's not because of these projects.
Yeah. I have another question, short question for you. You said you used to teach disabled children. Is that something that you're also taking in your vision for the museum? Because it's accessible for more demographics, but is it also physically or intellectually accessible?
Yes, it's always in your heart when you do that. So we work together with lots, with schools with disabled children, and they work in our garden. They deliver stuff for our kitchen. They do projects with us. Yeah, it's yeah, it's one of the most important groups I think that we serve.
I may ask you some more on that later on. Goed.
Well, that question is a bit the combination of the presentation of Arend and Herman. So I think the question is for Arend, but when you presented your schedule, your scheme for how to cooperate with the queer community, I use your word. I thought most of what you shared with us is also applicable to other target groups. Perhaps even I didn't get what was the specific part about the queer community. Or is it just how you should address every specific target group, whether it is ethnic or it has to do with a social position, etc.
Thank you for your question. I think there are two factors here at play. I think first of them is positionality. So when when conducting research and having the opportunity, I think you occupy a position of power and you reflect on that. And you're also there people other mechanisms of marginalization that take place through different axes, through race and through sexuality and through gender, and these are reality. These are factual truth and they have been proven. So we acknowledge that. And we should acknowledge that there are groups who are marginalized, and in order to make such a research possible. So we still say, okay, the vantage point is from our community. The second factor is, I think maybe an underlying current, I wouldn't say is that our insights apply to all communities, but what we are sharing in our guidance is the concept of intersectionality, which has been, I think, found its roots in Black feminist thought, and from Kimberly Crenshaw and in the Dutch context has been unpacked by Gloria Wecker, who, well, very crudely saying is that there are different various kind of mechanisms of marginalization that can kind of intersect and reinforce each other. And this is not about individuals, but about larger power dynamics. So ultimately, I don't think all groups are marginalized, but there are different mechanisms that kind of can cross or intersect depending on which mechanisms they are. So ultimately, yeah, we are speaking from our community and acknowledging that there are different kinds of groups, but we are not saying everyone this speaks for everyone.
I saw Miguel, and then I'll go to Ludmila.
I wasn't sure if we still have time, but I had another question in my notes, and it's more a general question, much more related with the topic to everybody, and it's about the European identity, because the projects we mentioned were very much focused maybe on local communities and so on, and I wonder where is the connection with the European identity. It's a kind of tricky question. I can see that, but maybe I would like to have a little bit more of specific information on the European side of the different projects and initiatives or requests that were presented.
Would anyone like to take that? Otherwise, I will. Okay. So it depends on what you define as European identity, I think, but I think that the values of democracy,
Yeah,
the values
well,
of-
I mean, it's about how to promote the European identity feeling among the projects and the different initiatives. Because, for instance, if we talk about the OS initiatives, is very much focused on local art, local identity, and so on. I don't know, in the events you organize, they are mainly addressed to local people, and the topics maybe they are also local challenges and local discussions. So that is maybe what I need to know a little bit more about if you are dealing with current European challenges, or how within your organization or within your project you are also promoting like an active citizens or citizenship towards more openness towards other European communities and so on. I don't know.
I think I understand. So I'll respond from Parijs de Zwijger. So what we do in essence is a way of like democratic engagement, right? We invite people to have a conversation about an issue that plays in society, and those could be local issues. We have conversations about how to develop a certain neighborhood in an inclusive way in Amsterdam, for instance. But all of those issues that we discuss are also relevant on a national and also an international level. So if you talk about the concept of gentrification, for instance, that's something that happens in cities all over the world and all over Europe as well, which means that we use these cases sometimes in Amsterdam, but we also focus on international cases to exemplify and illustrate and then also tackle and find interventions for problems that arise all over Europe and the world as well. And we also have a specific line focusing on Europe, the development of Europe, the ideas of this, or the ideas of this European identity. And we also have a lot of programs that criticize Europe and the European past and present as well, because that's also a part of the European identity. So all of these different levels and scales come together in cases. Yeah, does that answer your question a little bit?
Maybe in your case, because you are more dealing with debates and people's encounter, is easier to open the discussion to different topics. But the idea for me of how to promote European identity is also like making people feel part of not just a local community, but a larger community, which in our case is the European community, and how we can really work together, and maybe thanks to the work we do, make this connection with other places where we find that being together, we can maybe being stronger to face the problems. Like, for instance, in the case of us, well, I will try to propose, or I don't know if maybe you are doing that or not, that is why I'm proposing it, is like if there is any other similar initiatives across Europe that we can join, so we can really share, and maybe in a second step, not just sharing your local culture with your local community, but also sharing, exchanging work arts between different communities in different parts of Europe. So people is, for instance, in us, is hosting a piece of art from other countries, and it's like being, I mean, this is also part of our culture, even if it is not my local culture, but it's coming from another country and is part of our culture as Europeans.
Yeah.
So this is what I mean.
I understand. Yeah. Uts, you looked like you wanted to respond. No, not anymore. Anyone? Yeah, Ludmila? Yes.
Thank you. Well, all presentations were so inspiring and amazing, really, all what you're doing. But I would like to ask Alexander. I mean, I think none of us can really understand the situation and how you feel, actually. We can only look that on the internet, but really we cannot imagine how it is. I just would like to say that in Balkan Wars, I mean, I was like just finishing university, and my career as artist started with the first days of the war. And even it was not like in Ukraine, of course, you know, like to live in situations like that, it's really, you just focus on the war. But then during the 90s, we were really hoping to get in contact with our cousins and colleagues, and to establish some collaboration with Croatia, Bosnia. And of course, it was difficult But like as war finished, I was invited immediately to present my work in, for example, Croatia, Slovenia. So many people came to meet us, and we created network of the independent radio stations to be able to promote culture in the Balkans. So it was not officially okay in any of the countries, but it was so important for us. And I even met my close cousin in Zagreb and asked him, how did you manage during the war? How did you manage to hide from the mobilization? Because I was hiding my brother not to join the war. Well, I wanted to fight. I hated you so much. And of course, I can understand that. But I think it's so important to try to connect because there are so many people who don't like the war situation in Russia. And I'm wondering if there are any initiatives and support. I mean, nowadays the world is so different. You have to choose the sides, and you know, it's in the Balkan wars. There was some support for the projects like that and initiatives. And do you think it's possible now, or it's right now it's tricky, but maybe in the future?
It will be better post-war situation, really, because now there are some places for meeting in Baltic countries, in Lithuania, in Latvia, or Estonia. We can meet, but this meeting they will lead to no way, because it's necessary to think about the post-war situation, and we are ready to continue collaboration. But now it's really very strict and very hard.
In Serbia, we have a lot of Russians moving to Serbia because that's one of the countries where they can go. The Russians that are not happy with the situation. And talking to them, you know, I can see that they're really suffering. They would love so much to be connected, but somehow it's a worse situation than in the 90s. So I was wondering how things can change.
I can imagine, because I know about Serbia, and not only in Serbia, but even in Germany, there are a lot of Russians. And even yesterday in this Humboldt Center, we have seen that it was some inscription in Russian, but not in Ukrainian. Inequality is once more, because in Chinese and Russian, when you can select languages. And so it's really a very hard situation now, and we perceive we very suffer from this, and it's very striking now to start to discussion. And when we start to discussion, we start from the war. And Russian would like to speak about the peace in general, that it's very good to be peaceful, not thinking about the war. For them, the war, it's now, as they say, it's a special operation, special military operation. Till now, 2.5 years, they continue the special military operation and can't change the term, because it's really a full-fledged war. And we have a lot of cities destroyed completely now. And there's 1 million of displaced person and millions of killed person, and it's continuing every day. So it's really very hard to discuss something very general, something philosophical about this. Yeah, we are ready to start, but firstly it's necessary to name the things rightly. No, we have very good support from Serbia now. In many cases, not only in cultural, but in economic. But till now, Serbia is more in alliance for Russia. But speaking this, the president of Serbia said we are ready to help Ukraine, and now and more. Maybe also thinking about European identity. I don't know, because it's necessary to move to Europe or to the East. I know, but they would like to be part. I can say that maybe, for example, in Kiev, 2 months ago, we renamed some of our, not central, but very large avenue. It was named the Avenue of Truth, Pravda Avenue. The truth was the name of communist newspaper, the central newspaper in the Soviet Union. Now this avenue is named Avenue of European Union. It's very important to raise awareness. Why? And for this, and people start to thinking, what is European Union? Is it better for truth from the Communist Party? So it's necessary to raise awareness of the people about all this thinking, to start discussing with them.
Yeah. Linda, you had another.
To add something, one of the most appreciated pavilions in the Biennale in Venezia was the Polish one, and there they showed Ukrainian video that were women who give the sounds, it was without words, but give the sounds of the attacks. And it was very much appreciated by everyone. So to answer you, there are some possibilities to show what is happening at this moment in the war situations. And
it's different than in the 90s. It's getting, well, how I feel. The world has to, everybody has to decide about which side they will take. You know, it's much more difficult than in the 90s. It's more serious. It's,
of course, I agree.
It's terrible. Like also it's happening in Gaza. It's like everybody has to take sides, and you don't think about common people suffering, like kids being born and growing in the war situation, and just because they were by mistake born in that spot. I didn't want to be in the wartime. I didn't want to choose sides. I just wanted to meet nice people and to do nice projects. So
yeah, we talked about
I think it's getting worse and worse. Just you have to choose side, and you cannot say, no, I'm not for this and I'm not for that. I would like to be completely different.
Yeah. I have a question for Arend still. So you said you're focusing on the queer community, but of course the queer community is quite segregated and segmented. So there's many different identities that are a part of that. Like you said, there's discussion about that as well. So does your research state anything about how to bring them together in cultural institutions and how to work with many different identities?
I think, yeah, we have different, in our guidance, we have, well, I presented one scenario, and we have different scenarios that refer to different, I think, case studies for different communities. So we have one section, for instance, on trans representation in exhibitions, and we have one section on intersectional representation. And I'm not sure if we're really recommending for coming together, because that maybe risks ironing out these differences. I think in many places they need to be acknowledged, and that is the step to take. So what we tried within the space that we have is to point or to gesture to some of the communities within, well, to point to like LGBTQI+, we are not unified, and to point to, okay, consider how this community might want to be represented, or reflect on how, for instance, people of color in our community are often still excluded from exhibitions on or projects initiatives on our community. So I think ultimately we are more interested in showing, okay, our community is not one monolithic and there are differences, and acknowledge them.
Yeah.
I think we are not really there to be at the level where we can say, oh, we are unified.
This is us. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I think this goes for a lot of different communities where on the left and on the progressive side of society, you have a lot of segregation and none of the acknowledgement that there is diversification and diversity in communities, which means you also can't make them visible, which also means you can't work with or for them. So yeah, thank you for clarifying that. Akuda.
Thank you. I had a question for Arend. Firstly, thank you so much for your presentation. Sorry, I'm a bit sick, so I'm trying to speak up. Thank you so much for your presentation. I think it is really should be really a basic step for museums to think about incorporating traditionally marginalized communities. So I think it's quite important. I was also very happy that you mentioned something that's quite critical, and there's the things such as like funding and providing a space, because these are things that are sorely lacking in these conversations. I find that it's mostly about, oh, we offer you exposure, we offer you a place. It's very nice, but yes, but without the resources, this really becomes impossible and also exploitative. But I think this goes back to a conversation we had yesterday briefly on the S-Bahn. I'm really thinking about how to make these connections, or how museums should make these connections more sustainable, because often what I see are these kind of temporary exhibitions of queer arts or artists or things from different communities, also other communities, certain racialized communities, and then they go away. And then this kind of engagement also goes away, and it seems very nice and very exciting. But when I continue to follow these institutions, I no longer see this consistent engagement, and these communities also seem to disappear from these spaces. So I'm wondering if you have tips for museums on how to do this, or if you think of a really good example of how a museum created more sustainable connection beyond these kind of temporary engagements. Thank you.
I think you raised a very crucial point, because I think that's a question that's also emerging from the people we've spoken to, and also from many artists or curators who talk about, who also observe this. I think I find it to be honest, I'm not sure if I have an example of that sustainability, because I haven't seen it, but what we are recommending is that those who have power, who are the directors, or can like push the buttons, that they set long-term goals, that they have a clear mission and a vision, and that they have a policy, and that the projects and initiatives they take are a part of that. And that's, I think, a premise that is expected, and that is something that, regardless of what initiatives people take in terms of exhibitions or workshops or whatever, it's all funded and undergirded by like this long-term policy, vision, and mission statements. And by, yeah, so that's what we are recommending. But as I must say, it's hard to prove, yeah, or hard to give examples of that kind of sustainability, because these differences persist, and they're often still vulnerable, the projects that we see. So yeah, but we still hope that the directors can change.
Yeah. Christian, do you have your sign up because you have a remark? Okay, cool. Go ahead.
First is a service announcement. The water is down for another 15 minutes. I'm very sorry. So just to let you know. And my question is for you, would be for the people of us too, but he's gone right now. Thank you very much to all of you for the presentations. Very inspiring. And Romy, you inspired me already last year when you transported the idea of being a producer when it comes to hosting events or organizing discussions and debates and all that. And I found it very intriguing that you spoke of editor-in-chief and how you understand that role really at your organization, and being also responsible for a similar but smaller organization. I would like to know how this affects the feeling of responsibility with your guests. So the people you include, do they feel that they have more responsibility? Is this kind of burden, not burden shifting, but burden sharing for the success also of these events? Do they feel more committed? It's hard to find a scale for success in these events, I know, but do you feel that there's a change? Because the image is completely different. It's when you present them as just the guests you included in a project, this takes away the responsibility for the overall success away from them, I would say, or I would assume. But if you just present yourself as being the producer and giving them the stage, they become more like stars, and the people really responsible for the success, because they draw either attention or bring success to your venue, or they don't. Is there a change? Do you have a feeling for that maybe?
So by guests, you mean the partners that we work with and that we host to make their own programs,
That's right.
right?
Yeah, not the
okay.
audience, but the
Yeah,
people
because
on
we
the
have
stage.
speakers,
Yeah.
which we put on the
People
stage, and then we have the audience, and then we have partners that we work with. I can clarify a little bit about how we work. We basically have 3 different levels of working together or making our programs. Firstly, we make our own independent programming with our own program makers. Then secondly, we do partnered programs, so co-creations. And thirdly, we have hostings where we give away editorial responsibility to a partner that we give the floor. So we give the keys away, as Adam would say it. And of course, we do select the partners that we give the key away to, so we still have curatorial control there. And your question is, do you share responsibility then with them, right? Do they feel a responsibility? I think they do. I think essential to working in a place like Pakhuis de Zwijger is being able to decentralize, like you're doing as well, Herman, and giving away the keys sometimes and making sure that other people take responsibility, but also taking the responsibility to give them the responsibility as an institution who has the facilities to give them a stage where they usually maybe wouldn't get one. So hostings often are done by activist organizations who don't have a lot of financial means, but they do have a really important story to tell. So yeah, sharing that stage, yeah, it does mean that you're carrying something together. You're carrying the whole together instead of us making our own thing and centralizing ourselves. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. And I wanted to get your gut feeling on, was it ever any other way? So did you do it in a more classic way, like organizations like ours do in the moment right now, so that you didn't give away the responsibility, and just by labeling you, for example, editor-in-chief, or saying I produced this, but the success is your responsibility. Do you have a comparison?
Well, I personally, as long as I've been working there, which is almost 3 years, we've been doing it like this, although it is growing and we're starting to make it a larger part of what we do. Also, just because it's the only way to cater to a diversity in society. There's also an arrogance in thinking that you can make something for everyone that you want to, every story that you want to share. But I do know that we used to have less of this and more partnership and co-creation, or more production from an assignment. So that's like top down, basically. We had a party which had money and we would create an interesting creative program for them. And then at some point it went the other way, right? Where we invited organizations that we thought had a really good story to tell to take the stage with us. And a central person or a line that we do, which changed that a lot, is the Together Against Racism Alliance that we've been working on for 5 years, which is an alliance created by one of my colleagues that works together with many different activist organizations in Amsterdam and the Netherlands to create programming about that. And that was a real Kickstarter for doing the hosting a little bit more and putting that into the central structure of the organization. Yeah, thank you. All right. By the way, I didn't quite catch what you said about the 15 minutes, but the coffee will be late 15 minutes?
No, the water is turned off due to construction.
Oh, okay. That's good to know. So then in that case, I would like to propose, unless someone has something really urgent, to take our coffee break and come back in 15 minutes. Yeah. All right. Great. Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, different. Oh, ik heb nog nooit gehoord. Dank je. Oké, wel.
En dat gaat meteen mensen die nooit gezien hebben, die ze niet kennen.
Ja, het is niet alles in contact. Ja.
Hi, everyone. Can everyone take a seat at the table again, please? We're starting. Wil jij water? Water?
Ja, we hebben nu een mooie mogelijkheid. Individuele vraag. Wat zijn tot heden voor jou de praktische uitkomsten? Dat gaat natuurlijk wat heeft het voor je eigen praktijk opgeleverd en zie je mogelijkheden tot samenwerking en dan met wie? Want we krijgen ook een hele middag en morgen gaan die afsluiting zijn natuurlijk al mensen weg.
Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. We were running for about 10 minutes. Maybe we can close the doors, or at least one of the doors, against noise from the hallway. Welcome back, everyone. So we're here for the third part of the conversation, which are the conclusions and recommendations. I'm going to ask Steve to clarify a little bit about what we're going to do. We have about 35 minutes left, and we really need to be strict on time because there's another group coming to the room after this. So I'm going to be very strict, just so you know. Just a little trigger warning. Steve.
Looking to the schedule, including tomorrow morning, one may come to the conclusion that before the afternoon program, this will be the more or less the only time slot which we can use to collect personal conclusions. We want to know, was it useful for you so far to take part? What would you like to implement in your own practice from what you heard and learned? And are there how theoretical at the moment. Are there ideas about cooperation with people around the table, or are there proposals you yourself would initiate to address the rest? And what do you have in mind for what would be then the theme and result? So we had impressions, so Linda, Frederike, and me, we had the impression that by inviting you, that at least some people had to say we can't come, but the rest, what remains, are, in my opinion, not only advanced thinkers about their responsibility as a citizen, but also pioneers. So, in a way, what we share is a pioneering mood and a pioneering work ethic. And bringing that together is not an everyday experience for all kind of organizations. So therefore, I had a conversation yesterday with, therefore we analyzed that Christian, as the boss of this marvelous institute, managed to have a program which includes this kind of advanced laboratories of practitioners, artistic people, and academics. And that could lead to all kind of interaction, which is not usual and cannot grab from the newspapers every morning at the coffee. So we have to do that ourselves. So therefore, this session come up with what it brought to you and what this could mean for future cooperation in whatever sense, with whom you would elaborate it further. So before we go over to the afternoon, where, as you, Akudo will give the introduction for Elisa, and then we have two brand new board members of the brand new legal body, the European House for Culture. And tomorrow there is a session about, one could say, the more or less philosophical and literary results. But now we have some time to concentrate on a more practical, personal, pragmatic, how you call it. Was it of any value, and what is then the value? Romy, am I right?
You're completely right. I would like to propose to just make a round and ask everyone to reflect on what you've gained from the last conversations of the last few days. Lina, can I start with you?
It is important to hear that everybody is knocking on the door of the museum from inside and from outside. And there we have some shared starting points. I keep it here.
Thank you. Godo?
Yeah, I found these sessions very insightful. I think it's very nice to also think about how we can work together because it seems that we have really all the same shared goals. We just have to figure out how we can collaborate better. And as a very practical point, I was just thinking actually when Alexander was speaking that I work also for a human rights organization, completely separate from the reason that I'm here today. And we were also planning a UNESCO event about the destruction of cultural heritage, not only in times of war, but also in times of potential genocide or against specific racial and ethnic minorities. And we were already in the planning for this. And I think now directly that maybe we would also really like to include your organization in some of this planning. It is still very loose, but this is also just a very practical result of coming here. I didn't expect this at all, and this wasn't particularly related to the work I do now. But now I'm already thinking about how we can collaborate in all of these different ways and how we can kind of give the podium to the different things that we're doing and the communities that we're existing in that maybe otherwise would not interact very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Susanna?
I'm very grateful that I could be part of this conference. I am dealing more with policy making and cultural diplomacy, but for me, the presentations were breathtaking, and also the exhibition yesterday. For me, it was maybe crucial to see and to tackle the issues that we have in common, be it problem solving or creating cultural policy nowadays when there are some issues around Europe in member states. This was for me the crucial experience, and this is something very powerful that I'm taking from this conference. So for me, it was really relieving or hopeful to hear people say, okay, we are also struggling with this in the institution or in the country or in personal life, okay? So for me, it was very inspirational to hear that I'm not alone with the things that I have to solve, that I'm not alone in the situation that I'm making concerns about. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Rika?
Yeah, I'm really struck by the amazing, trustful ambience here. And it is what Akudo says, there are a lot of different perspectives, but altogether, I think this is a fantastic group, and everybody wants to work well for the future, for a better future. So I'm looking forward to further cooperations.
Thank you. Arend?
Yeah, I've been personally very honored to be invited and to be here. I think first, I think for me, primarily, it's been about being impressed and learning from visit to the Humboldt Forum, or about learning about different projects and about these different contributions and different ideas. I think, yeah, it's been really impressive and overwhelming from these different perspectives. I'm thinking maybe maybe it's an opportunity, I think, for in the future, for future conferences, at least for many conferences where I've been to so far, is they are maybe also speaking from listening to communities who are doing maybe the work from the bottom up, or who are, you know, maybe people like artists or writers who are maybe still starting their careers or beginning, and who are maybe in a less vulnerable position. And I think maybe these kind of opportunities are really important and valuable, and it's really about giving people the microphone and giving people from Europe in the cultural sector the kind of honor of giving them the stage and having these networks and having access to an institution like this. So perhaps a recommendation maybe from my perspective and from my very first impression is that, yeah, maybe there are many more communities and colleagues I can think of personally, or other people can think of, who would really be really happy to be at that seat and to share their own projects and initiatives. So maybe there are ways of keeping this network growing and including other voices. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. It's a great recommendation. Christian?
Yeah, I'm very impressed and thankful that you are all here, and you are it's really inspiring, not just me, but all my colleagues, since we are basically a platform that would like to provide space for people thinking about Europe from very different perspectives. In a couple of weeks, we will host the German-Taiwanese dialogue platform, which is about politics mostly, but also starting to attract people coming from the arts. It's also about literature and different aspects of normal life. And so what I want to say is that the things we discuss here will be, in a way, find their way to other events taking place here. And we are in the middle of transforming this site, this venue, in order to make it a place for people to talk about Europe from all different angles. And you are really providing lots of inspiration for doing this. And thank you very much for being here.
Thank you. Lisa?
Well, first of all, I'm very thankful to Steve for inviting me here. Thank you one more time. It was very inspiring, 2 days of inspiration, but also it was a confirmation at the same time that coming from a country which is not a part of EU and thinking about EU values, working with them, feeding them within our communities, because our target is to become a member sooner or later. It was a confirmation that what I was doing down there, it's more or less what you people are doing here. And then it's good to see that, you know, as a confirmation of you chose the great path. Okay. Secondly, I mean, speaking about unified in diversity, such as a slogan of EU, culture is really a platform that can give more to people of Europe on maintaining self-identity, but also in raising and enhancing and embracing other values and other identities and being proud of it, because it's a battle of both ways. I mean, we have to recognize people as they are, and culture can be a platform for that, but also culture can be a platform of, how to say, linking these dots and these different cultures and bringing more value to a common culture of Europe. So that's why I think that we can do more, and the potential here, what I heard and what I saw, it's really great. And I will also add one more thing, which is something that strikes me down there in Kosovo. There is always a big contribution of cultural sector in the cities, but there is always a lack of cultural community being a part of the processes of policy development for the cities. Be it an urban development plan, be it a green plan, be it a mobility plan, be it I don't know what kind of policy for the city development. So they see cultural sector as a soft power out there doing something good, which they can benefit somehow while going in the receptions. But then these people are not integrated in the future policies and development of the cities as something parallel, you know. There is something in the documents which is legal, and then culture is something trying to find its way to kind of pop in the empty spaces or boxes. So I would like to see also this, working with the cities and working with public art and public spaces and museums and other dialogue spaces that cities can provide officially or non-governmentally, doesn't matter, but putting them in this framework that they all contribute to this big aim that we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Ludmila?
For me, it's very inspiring to listen to all stories and what you achieved in your projects. They're all different, but very inspiring, and I think that's the valuable for each of us. And because we are all thinking about, let's say, development of the audience, and that's a very important thing to be able to manage to exist. I mean, or to develop our own projects. So each story that I heard, I will try to implement in our projects. It's every situation is different, but it's so important to hear what the others are doing, how they're managing in their own circumstances.
Thank you. Miguel?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I have to thanks to have been invited to be part of this group for many reasons. First of all, I will put the accent on the people who's here around, because I think, well, I had the chance to meet new. I met already, and I knew some of you, but for many of you are new people for me. And this is always very pleasant, because I really believe in the theory of molecular clash. And when moleculars, and we are moleculars, meet together, there is always a reaction. And I try always to get the best from this reaction, and especially in this room, there is many moleculars from different countries, different backgrounds, different experience, and it's something that can enrich each other. So that is something I really appreciate. Second thing is that I really think we need spaces like this to reflect and to think, to talk about how important is Europe for us, and also especially how important is culture for Europe. And there will be never enough spaces for talking about this. For me, this is a kind of holidays, in a way that it allows me to escape from the normal daily life, stressful daily life, doing things, organizing things, and really to have a moment to reflect and to talk and to share. That is important. It's something we are losing today. Even if we are more connected than ever, we are really losing this connection and this time to reflect. And reflection is important to achieve goals and to do it in an efficient way. One of the lessons I also get from here, and I also appreciate very much the place. And for me, I'm very much a symbolic person. I take a lot of attention to different things around me and what they mean. And to find places like this, because for me, this is not a site anymore. So yesterday I was saying sit, sorry for that. I didn't want to make some people misunderstood sit about site. But you mentioned to me, thank you for that. That was my Spanish-English accent. Sometimes it's a kind of confusing. But it's also important to have spaces like this for meeting that really believe on what is the European integration objective, and how can culture can contribute to it. And there is a few places like this in Europe, not many, but there is a few places like this, or that pretend also to be places like this. One of those is the place I represent, the Juste Foundation, where we are working also in that direction. There is the Jamonet Association, which is also a memory place where the European Union started. I was talking with Romy during the coffee break about this place. And that was the Feliz Meritis Foundation. So there is different places in Europe that I think we should be more connected, because we can make things stronger, and we can join synergies. And I think this is important. And maybe this can be a good project for the future on how to connect these special European cultural memory places to work together. So at the same time, they are now just for people that really work in the field, but also to attract new people in the field. I think that is essential. And the last thought is that I really hope that this has a continuity. I mean, when you start project like this, I know it's difficult, and the main problem always is lack of resources, sometimes lack of time. But I think maybe one of the main barriers is lack of resources. Maybe we can work together on how we can really look for funding to keep these kind of moments and initiatives alive. And maybe one way is that we really have these like conclusions, recommendations on writing, because I think it's also important to send them and to spread the word to decision takers. Is for me is a key point to get the real support and to really have an influence on. Look, there is so many people that meet from different organizations, different countries, and we think that we need this. How can you help us? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mario.
Academic work is rightly considered as a privileged job, but I can assure you that Europe today can be very frustrating because we are asked to be more like officials, less like thinkers, and above all, to be, you know, this practice, action, all bad words for us. So that's the reason I would like to thank you, all of you, because you have gave me the chance to not just, okay, listen to creative thinking, real thinking, to build new projects probably, and at the same time also to witness real dangerous situations and harmful situations, which is, you know, to be down on earth and not just and theoretically word. So I'm very thankful for this, and I would like to thank in particular Steve for inviting me a long time ago. And say. So thank you to all of you for making my work less and less frustrating. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's as always, I mean, always as last year, it's nice to be here at the Academy. And after listening all these stories, maybe it seems that it's so different cases from the OS Museum, from Ukrainian war now, queer LGBT situation. And I mean, all it seems so different, but I think there is a common ground that, and it's always, it seems, it's about the personal individual, let's say, citizen initiative, thanks to this going on. And I really think that the sum up of this very various or past experiences or our hopes or our efforts could result in some future joint initiatives. And it's really nice, as Miguel said, it's really nice to be here in this place, including the guy with a machine collecting leaves at 7:30, and it give us opportunity to wake up earlier and to think much clearer. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Hugo?
It's noted.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's already said by a number of my colleagues before me. These kind of gatherings proves again how important it is to listen to each other, how each one works in his own situation locally, but to discover all together how the European dimension of that work is manifesting. And of course, when you're working at home very strongly in your local situation, everyone on his way with another result and with values that are very important. But it's the common ground that you see here when you speak about your project in the context. And that's one of the big values. And I must say, I'm happy that this gathering is organized. I couldn't be here last year by personal reasons, as Steve knows. But I think that I can add, Mikael, let's see how we can go further with that kind of gatherings. But also on, maybe we have time this afternoon or for sure tomorrow, it's on the agenda. For me are still two elements quite important. And one is in the title of the conference, the artist as citizen. I think we might have some time to go deeper on that element, because we are speaking about our cultural work, which is important, which is essential, and which brings us together. But of course, it's the artist who drives us to what we are doing. And of course, that must drive us also in our European context. That's one element. Second element is also said by some of the colleagues, and Micha is also the political level. How to be in dialogue with political levels on the things we are doing it and the things that are so important for Europe, the world, our local situation. And I know that we will have time for that later this afternoon when we speak about the European House for Culture, but also tomorrow morning when we have the conclusion sessions. But happy that this gathering happens. It proves the necessity, it proves the importance, it proves also the extra value you get by being together and speaking about all those things. Two elements, let's see if we can tackle them still this afternoon, tomorrow, artist as a citizen and the political level. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have 9 minutes left and 9 people left, which means we all have a minute, just so you know.
I always have something fast.
So,
well,
let's go.
I'm really grateful to be surrounded by so many friends, between bracket, without feeling guilty, with hope that I will never see the following collateral damage. As you remember yesterday, I said that my task is the guardians of the door. I have to be aware and to be in a constant awareness to criticize in this strict issue, the door of the museum. Please don't forget the story of Kafka, since we are this year also remembering him. So Joseph K. Woke up in the morning, and then at the end of the book, he met the priest in the church, and the priest told him the beautiful story about before the law. The door is always open. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexander?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I shall say on behalf of both of us to save the time. And also, thanks for the possibility to have feeling that we are part and parcel of European history and European culture. It's very important for us. Thanks for very fresh and interesting ideas of all, and for us it will be very interesting for Herman and other receive presentations, because we can use it even now in our reality, and I will be very grateful if you welcome to take part in our meetings with our communities, as we have done with Krzysztof and Weronika Czyżewski online, of course, but we shall provide with translation or interpretation, and it will be very interesting for us to meet you, and you can see real people in this situation. And thank you for a very good proposal for Kuda and Ertz for the help. We can count it, and really it will be very important for us. And muchas gracias, Miguel, por fotos and for ideas encantados. Gracias. So we would like to continue. Thanks for all. And we are in contact, and thank you. You can feel that you have Europe in eastern part of this continent. Very thin Europe and very armed Europe with very good experience how to struggle.
Alexander, Freek.
Thank you for me being here, invited by Steve. My origin is theater producer since 50 years now, but the last 10 years I've got involved with the urban culture in Holland. I'm leading a program in Eindhoven on urban talent development, paid by the government. And in Amsterdam, I'm chairman of what we call Street Art Museum Amsterdam. We are a small museum, and our works are in the open air. And we have now 300 works now. It's demolished now one by one, and we are a very small but very active museum. And well, hearing you all about museum, and I think learning this network, it might be very interesting to connect urban culture to this more high-level culture, because it's an enormous international way of making art. I'm working with street art people, I'm working with hip hoppers, with breakdancers, with spoken word people, and they're all in an enormous international network. One guy, a street art painter, a graffiti painter, last year, when the war in Ukraine started, he was, as an idea, he wanted to be a photographer. He wanted to go there and went there. And the network, the international network, hosted him in his travel, going there, make his photographs and coming back. And it was a very special, he photographed the signs where cars were washed, so the Russians couldn't find their way. And because they had no with Google. And he made a tremendous, and he proposed it in Breda on a big screen. It was really nice. So, and I think this way of making culture, it's not formal. What I did in Eindhoven, we took money from we were able to get money from the government to do this kind of development. It's new. We're the only one in Holland to do this. So there's a small connection now on the urban culture and the formal culture. And getting to know this network, well, I'm just trying to find out how we can connect, how we can bring this further.
Thank you.
So I'm inspired.
Great. Herman.
Yeah, a lot is said already, I think. I want to thank the organization and Christian for the hospitality here. It has been great. I think I go back to Holland and my brain is totally activated. So it's brewing some ideas that will come out later, I think, in different forms. I was a member for a long time for the Dutch board of the ICAM, the International Museum Organization. But I'm very inspired about the broader view that we are here, because we all have the same problems, questions, and by sharing it, and Miguel said it right, by live sharing it, that means a lot, I think, and we should do that and keep it in mind what is happening and what we share together. And I think we have to continue this and these kinds of ideas. So that's I'm inspired too.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Herman, for the bridge. So Steve and myself, with Linda, and of course also Frederike, have been already discussing our program for a while. And now I'm not a museum director anymore, but I'm still member of the European Academy Berlin. So I will probably go on with thinking with this group, which I find a very interesting group because of one big reason to me, and that is that East meets West in this team, so to say. And what can we do with that? We have been developing in the last years the plan from cultural entrepreneurship, which was the thing a few years ago, to today staccato society, which was the thing last year. And I think we're now in times of conflict. So I hear that all the time with you, the Ukraine, but also other things like what happened in the former Yugoslavian countries, but also in Germany, East and West are still divided. And there is a lot of conflict within Germany, and it's getting more and more because there is a schism in the community happening between populists and the rest. So what we are thinking about at the moment is how can we, as cultural institutions and cultural people and artists, maybe, and that's the conflict, or the thing you were talking about, what are the issues of today, also within the city communities or within the community in itself, like in the city, like in Oslo also, you've got the schism of people that feel attached to culture and people that feel not asked to share, and then gradually can be part of it, but also the big issue, cosmopolitan Berlin versus this huge area of countryside around where there is a huge difference in political feeling, but also in community feeling. So I think that is a big issue we could tackle in a next episode of what we are developing. Culture, citizenship, the changing role of the artist in a conflict society, of a society of conflicts. And I think then we have a big chance also to be of great importance to all kinds of funds that are tackling this. It's not so much cultural entrepreneurship anymore. I don't know if the staccato society is still very important because we all know that, but that the conflicts that we are facing is the big issue we have to tackle. That is my suggestion for the future.
Thank you, Paul.
Also within the communities, as you've heard yesterday, of many others within the city, groups that are newcomers, groups that are not newcomers, but are seen as newcomers, etc. So it's a lot of schisms that we have to tackle as cultural institutions. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution. Oets.
I had a very special thing that happened in this conference, and that was that for the first time when I was on an international conference, my prename was spoken out on a correct way in Frisian. So thank you for that, Elisa. You were the first one. Conferences like this is receiving and bringing, and Paul, what you just addressed, the question is, how can we involve the countryside with culture? We have some experience with that in the region where I come from, so I'm happy to share that, as I am happy to share what I already explained to you. And I hope to go to Bologna to speak about soil, water, and everything that is at stake in this part of the way we live, and with that it is culture. Where I have to learn and where I need your help, I think, is on another issue I am working on now. In where I come from, there is a small museum based on a historical figure that started his career as a preacherman, then became a socialist and ended his career as an anarchist. And I want to build a new museum for him, small museum, privately funded. And I'm now diving into the idea of power and counterpower. And I experienced when I was here in this meeting these days that for a long period, I felt that we were in power from the position where I am, from a cultural sector in the Netherlands that was quite supported by the government, quite supported by the European Union, etc., etc. And now I'm drifting to a position as counterpower, because I feel that the political climate, which is based on elements of exclusion and everything that comes with that, in our society, my home country, the region where I come from, where the intolerance is growing towards everybody that is not standard in their perspective, and we all know what the definitions of standard is then. And I feel that we have to get into a position of opposition, counterpower, etc. And I think I can learn from you a lot on that. Thank you very much.
Steve, I would like you to go first, and then I will round it off. Is that
Sure.
okay for you? Or do you want to do it the other way around?
Well, ask me to say something.
Yes, your recommendations. But we are over time, so we have a really short amount of time.
That issue I will now ask Christian, since we are not going over and staying here, we probably have a little bit more time now.
We don't have time in
And
the room.
what
right.
time should be, which was the welcoming at the embassy, which is simply coming back here. Will it stay 13:30 or will we say 13:45?
We could move this, but we cannot move lunch. So we have to go to have lunch now.
Oh.
So we cannot just move it because people are waiting for us now.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry.
So then I'll switch it around then. I'll do a really short my own conclusions, recommendations, which is I learned a lot about interactivity, about giving ownership. I think I'm confirmed in my belief about and in decentralization of power. So taking the power that you have and giving it away or finding your place within a system. I learned something about humor today, which I would like to discuss with Herman as well, because I think you use humor in an interesting way, and I do want to. Really, I'm really grateful that I'm here invited as part of a new generation within the cultural sector. And I see a couple of people here who have also been invited under that premise, and I think, that feels really it feels really nice to be included, and that's a recommendation I want to give for the future as well. And also I want to offer my services in thinking about who to invite maybe in the future from that newer generation. I think that's it for me. Would you like to do recommendations still?
I would like to thank Romy to take the job which we asked her last minute, but we will ask her more time, I think. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thanks a lot, everyone. 7 minutes, Christian. How did we do? Sorry.
It's okay.
Are they waiting outside now? Literally now, or is there a transfer period?
No, lunch is now.
Yeah, but is the new group waiting outside right now?
No, there's no new group waiting to get in here. It's a new
Ah,
group waiting
it's
to
okay,
have
fair
lunch.
enough. So we don't have
this
to
is-
rush
Yeah,
out
yeah.
of the room.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
cool.
Yeah.
Thanks.
This is our room. We can stay here. We will also have the reception. We have
Ah,
cake and coffee,
okay. I missed
glass
it.
of sparkling wine.
Good. Yeah. Okay.
So this is our room.
That's good.
Yes. Thank you. You're welcome back, everybody. Welcome at the almost Embassy of Kosovo. So we arranged to have it here in spirit, at least. Yeah, I'm very sorry you couldn't be there. The ambassador had to take up an important appointment. He promised to repeat this next year if we are still meeting in Berlin. So he is open to any cooperation we ask for. And it was quite a long way to get him to cooperate, but he wrote me 2 days ago that he has to leave Germany on an important mission. And so this is the reason why we stick to the European Academy, which is also nice. It's not too far away, as Steve mentioned. It's only 200 meters away. If you want to take a stroll later on, you can pass by it. It's a nice walk. You just follow the street down Königsallee. Then you see the Kosovo embassy, which is quite big for a small country, I have to say. It's a huge building. I don't know how they use it or what happens inside. I was excited to be there too. But I'm sorry it didn't work out. We will stay here. We will have our reception here. We have cake and coffee and sparkling wine later on at 4. But first we start now with the program we plan to have there. And in case you got any questions or anything you would like to add or mention, now would be a good point. Otherwise, I will hand over to Steve to give an idea of what is happening next year. Yeah.
Thank you. So in fact, to compose this session was all around the practical, tested example of the artist as citizen that we did meet in Graz last year through the presentation of Elisa. And we had an afternoon where I presented our plan to have the issue of the artist as citizen here in Berlin. And Elisa stood up immediately. The artist as citizen, that is what I am doing. So after her intervention, we of course booked her in a way without knowing how to arrange that, but now you are here. Thanks to your willingness to absorb all kinds of information. And finally, we could, with the great help of Christian, to get you here. So thank you for that. Why the artist as citizen is a nice slogan, but if the artist as citizen is reaching enormous results in the political life of a country, then it is more than emblematic. This is more or less a miracle that should be followed by more miracles. So that was the reason to look for cooperation with the opposite neighbors. If you have such an influence in the political and social life of Kosovo, then we want to have the embassy involved as partly recognition from the state side. So, nevertheless, we are having this session, and we asked Akudo, who is now a doctor in a specific domain, which is very, very close to your practical example, which is the human rights issue. And if countries are joining the European Union, then of course the citizen should have equal rights, whether they are of whatever denomination or sex or religion or whatever. And that was part of the problem that you faced and that you finally, as an artist, brought to a solution. And therefore, Akudo would draw for us the relation between this issue of human rights and the role the artist could play, and even better display if the contact with the human rights world would better. So then I would like to invite Akudo to, are you coming over here? Or there?
Yeah, yeah.
Steve, thank you so much for the presentation or for introducing me. And what I thought I would talk about a bit today was really the role that artists can play in societies that are experiencing transition. But of course, I'm speaking here now as an academic, really as a political scientist. So I also wanted to talk about what I think academics, who are oftentimes quite linked to decision making on a kind of politics level, especially the Dutch government consults a lot of academic institutions and academics working for think tanks on policy issues. But I think actually we can learn from artists, and I'm more here to listen, I think, than to talk to or at any of you in this room. So I wanted to talk more about this, and also maybe lastly about how we can better interact with each other, because I think what I said in the last session was true, that we all have very shared interests and goals, but it seems that we kind of miss each other sometimes. Sometimes we're working on the same things from separate angles, but I think especially in academia, it is really quite close to understanding or to listening to artists and to the cultural sector, from my experience. So yesterday I talked about a little bit the role that an artist has in general, and specifically in the Polish context here, with amplifying movements, reflecting societal developments and discourses, and forcing society to confront itself and its different notions, especially if artists are politically active or politically inclined. I think especially when you look at societies in transition, and here I'll talk more about the Polish context because this is the one that I studied and that I know best, that art really gives a space for the telling of new stories in these times of transition, but also the telling and retelling of old stories, especially if these stories would otherwise be buried, forgotten, or denied. And maybe to give two concrete examples, just from the Polish case, I think about the reappropriation of symbols from the Solidarity period or symbols from the communist times to represent women's movements. This is quite interesting. In one case, Solidarity, which still exists, actually sued a women's movement that reappropriated the symbol to also put women in this very famous picture of Solidarity. They lost a lawsuit, by the way. So the women were actually able to use this symbol, but I thought it was quite interesting, this idea of reappropriating or reusing old symbols, especially from communist times, because this was a way of artists and of women's groups to say that this resistance is not new. It is not just about reproductive rights. It is not just starting under peace or Law and Justice. It is not just starting in 2015, but it's a continuation of a long series of women's struggles in Poland that are being under-acknowledged and actively forcibly forgotten by those who later came to power. I also think about the artistic rendering of the red lightning bolt that we see kind of synonymous with the women's strike, or all Polish women's strike in Poland, that is now being a kind of symbol of reproductive rights in Poland. This is also a way of paying homage to a long lineage of women's resistance movements globally, and not only throughout Europe, but globally, a way of saying that this is a continuation of movements that have always existed and we were always here and we are continuing to be here. And maybe the second practical example I can also think of, this is a very concrete example. In 2021, there was a very interesting exhibit by queer Polish artists, which is part of a week against homophobia, but also reaction against the government's claims that there was some kind of insidious LGBT ideology that was invading Poland, and that they were really fighting against this ideology, but not against people. And this movement was a way of showcasing queer art, but also artists who had come out in Poland years ago, decades ago, actually, as a way of challenging official discourses, but also challenging an official history that excluded them. And this is something that we have kind of been doing in academia. If you look at historical studies, you look at feminist studies, gender studies, women's studies, but I think this is something that is just beautifully done and exemplified by these individuals themselves in the form of an art exhibit in a way that we struggle to do, I think, from the academic side. So I think we can learn quite a bit here, because I think art has a very special way of encouraging new ways of thinking and encouraging new perspectives, reappropriating or appropriating public spaces and areas for groups that are otherwise relegated to the sidelines or relegated to darkness, and kind of giving them a more central place. And this is something I think we struggle to do in academia, but I also think there's a very large lack of desire of including actually some groups in academia. This is a different discussion maybe. And specifically in societies that are undergoing transition, I think art has a very integral place in maybe easing the telling of difficult stories or difficult realities, or doing exactly the opposite, refusing to present a rosy picture or make it an easy retelling of a difficult reality, and making us confront these realities or these experiences. And I think acknowledging these different experiences is also the first step in potentially healing and moving on to a post-transition society. So I'm also interested in hearing, Lisa, especially your experience with this, because I think this very difficult telling, this telling of very difficult stories or difficult realities is also a very strong part in this, in a transitional society and getting to this post-transition period. Maybe some things I think academia can really learn from artists, and I don't know if this is this is just a wish list, especially coming from looking at the situation that we're looking at, democratic backsliding or of rule of law backsliding in Central and Eastern Europe. I think something that we've really been struggling with is really how to build social solidarity, really struggling with how we acknowledge that our problems are integrated with each other, and that the attack on one person's rights or the attack on one institution is also an attack on society in general. And I think the inability to recognize this and understand this is what made these attacks so easy to proceed in, for instance, Hungary and Poland, because it started really with courts, and people don't know judges personally, and people don't know courts, especially at the apex level, personally. So when these courts were attacked, it didn't really do anything. And when their rights of LGBT plus persons were attacked, or reproductive rights were attacked, it really took a very long period for people to move or to react, because these were seen as something that's not personally related to someone. So why would they necessarily speak up or care? I think this is something we're still really struggling with in the academic side. There's been a lot of money and put into different initiatives to bring society together, to help people understand each other, to feel connected with each other, just in the same region, let alone in a kind of pan-European sense. And this is something we haven't quite figured out. So maybe, I mean, I've heard bits and pieces of this also even today with the presentations from the different museums. Maybe this is also something that we can brainstorm on together. I think there's a lot that we can learn from the artists from the academic side, but I think we need a couple of conditions to be met first. I think we need to understand each other's different ways of speaking. I think we also want to hear each other, especially from the academic side. There's really like a lack of willingness to engage with the cultural sector, with artists, with art. Maybe just a lack of understanding that these voices are also important and these discourses are also important, and a kind of lack of wanting to engage there, but also a lack of spaces where there can be engagement. So this is a very nice space. This is a nice opportunity for us all to talk. But if I'm being honest, looking at the academic standpoint, even in conferences, there's like no inclusion of the arts and culture sector. And we talked about this also when it comes to policy making. It seems that there's a lot of interaction beforehand, but when it comes to the actual cold hard policy making, or making, even from the academic side, for us making like policy recommendations based on research, there is absolutely almost no desire actually to engage with these communities, to engage with the cultural sector, to engage with artists. And this needs to be a change, not from your side, I think from the academic side. And maybe when it comes to material conditions, I think providing not only these venues, but also funding for artists also to collaborate and to also have a say in things is quite important. And I think this is especially important now that we're seeing in a lot of societies, including the Netherlands, that there's a huge cutback on arts, culture, education, all of these places where we desperately need money. And under populist governments, there's like almost an obliteration of this sector. So I'm really hoping this is something
I don't think will be solved in this room, but I think this is something that needs to be said, that it's nice to engage and to increase dialogue, but we also need the proper material conditions to make this possible. Yeah, so that was my short ramble about the ways that I hope academia can better engage with artists and the cultural sector.
Questions so far? Remarks? Yes, more?
Yeah, one question, perhaps, because one of the remarks you made is that you see a gap in the languages of both worlds, so academia and art. Where does that hinder, and in what way do you think we could bridge that?
Yeah, interesting question. I mean, I think more dialogue and engagement can maybe help bridge it so we understand the different language that we're using. But for instance, if we are working on a shared grant application or something like this to talk about, there are all kinds of grants about creating European feeling and to bring different regions together and to make people who live in the heart of certain countries or in a bigger city feel more connected to their neighbors in another country because they're not on the border. And there are lots of ideas about artistic endeavors to do this, but I think it really needs to be translated into like a kind of policy language, a kind of academic language. And I think what a lot of policy institutions especially are expecting is just very academic language evidence that this is something that can be done and something that is building. And I don't think that art and cultural sector necessarily always speaks in that language. So I think it's really nice to have someone who has a bit of experience also between both worlds to be a bit of a translator and for groups to work a bit together. I also think that because in the policy world and in the academic world, especially academics who are quite close to political decision making or to think tanks or whatever, I think there's maybe a lot of disrespect for the knowledge that is produced in the arts and cultural sector. So I think some of that is also based on the suspicion that there's not really work being done, although I think in some cases you can quite see tangible results. So just being able to have someone who understands both sides to show that actually there is work being produced. And maybe after 20 years of studying it and writing nice papers and not budging anywhere, we can also listen to new kinds of knowledge. Yeah.
More? Let's say the chance we had with Mario as an academic being included in a 3 years project, mainly in cooperation with individuals and NGOs from the cultural side, was one of these opportunities where we could have the two worlds in a way working together, and that was acceptable and even promoted on paper by the European funding agency. Now we thought, this is a good start, let's make it serious. So the last application, including Paul, including Mario, including Joseph, and others, 12, I think, 12, and including Romy as well, and so on. We opted for the Horizon program, which is rather ambitious because only 1 or 2 applications will be funded. So we fall out, but as we announced yesterday at Humboldt, this gathering in Humboldt and the talks afterwards and the comment of Dejan now has brought up the idea that we should use this application, 50 or 60 pages, to repackage it again in an academic artistic cooperation with part of the 11 original partners, and to prepare it and find out whether this idea that the two worlds should come together and have more permanent communication would lead to another 3 years, and others as well. And this theme was very much researched at Maastricht University with, of course, problems from the academic side, where ideas about how the academics should work together with arts is not coming to a common language, mainly, or not at all. So it has to be put on the table. Akudo is doing her part of it, and others academics are doing the same, but from the cultural side, it must be pushed, because certain faculties have never thought about that and produce all kinds of academic stuff without any relevance for the actual artistic and cultural situation. Having said that, we have now more time to offer to Elisa or to you if there are still questions. Arndt.
Yeah, thank you for your contribution. I really appreciate it. And also, Steve, what you just mentioned about how academics, how they should listen to artists and how they should involve artists in a research process and in policy making. And it's just a general remark or question. I'm not sure if there are answers, but for instance, there's also in the Netherlands this phenomenon of artistic research where you see that artists graduate and then get to do a PhD dissertation funded by like universities of applied sciences, and then they get degrees. And of course that's highly valuable, but there's also still kind of in this process of when artists and academics, when they kind of approach each other, there's a risk that artists are being instrumentalized because they're asked with this question, oh, can you deliver this information for us? And can you give us, like from the academic or policymaking side, oh, can you give us information about this topic, or can you respond to this question? And this can be problematic because artistic work is about like creativity and materials and exploration and open-endedness and also this kind of experiences that are not quantifiable. So maybe it's something to take into account in a general sense, or maybe other people have insights with regard to this, like how to involve artistic agencies in these kind of collaborations without reducing them. And I guess also this is not just a question for us, but also for like maybe funding programs or something, because they have these questions about, oh, how can you make impact, et cetera, et cetera. But like, yeah, I underscore this kind of potential of artists, but there's questions for me, like how do these agencies unfold in a way that is truthful to the artistic process?
You are completely right. But if from the cultural side, there is a plaidoyer to the political world to take more attention to the influence of artists and include them in the policy-making process, then this should be evaluated, validated, and explained also in intellectual academic terms to a wider audience, including the scientific institutes which are supporting the political parties. Otherwise, we will stay in this reality of splendid isolation of both worlds. So it is an attempt, it is experimenting. That is why we like it to come together. We have to find out, is this possible? Where is it possible? What are the conclusions? But in the end, the wish from cultural networks, agencies, and lobby groups to have influence in political terms that can't go without serious cooperation with those who are trained to evaluate and so on. So that is what we try in our small group to achieve.
Maybe I could, sorry, I want to actually ask another question in response to this, because I think this is a really important comment. And indeed, this is also something that's quite relevant to something Veronica said last year when she was here, that sometimes you have a cultural institution that has some steady funding, but a lot of times funders only want to fund a program, and then they want a very concise, okay, from this date to this date, what will you do and what will this achieve and how do you measure this impact and what will come out of it, which I find very difficult for an artistic endeavor. Sometimes it can also just be about experimentation and being able to express yourself, and there isn't a kind of finite way that you can put this on paper. But I actually now have a question for Romy, because I'm wondering at PACAS, for instance, how do you measure impact if you have a program that's just about opening a conversation with communities who otherwise may not speak to each other or who might be in conflict? Then what is a normal way to measure impact? I don't think you should force on yourself the expectation that, oh, after this we'll have tremendous societal change and these two communities will come together and we'll have this is something that is not reasonable, but it also might not be possible if it's just to open the door to a specific conversation.
So the honest answer to that is we're still figuring it out as well, how to measure impact. PACAS has been in existence for almost 18 years, 17 to 18 years. So you have seen programs where you work towards policy, for instance, with policymakers. So sometimes it's quite clear cut, but often it's soft impact and it's really difficult to measure. The only thing that you can do, we talked about it earlier as well, is look for some structurality. So making sure that people can actually, I think we talked about it in the concept of museums. How can you incorporate and work with artists all the time? I think that is something that we do a lot. So we work with partners for longer amounts of time, letting them come back and making their programs, exchanging their experiences with working with us, evaluating. I think that's part of the impact process. But it is super difficult to make it visible and tangible.
Can I add something? As an example, the project we invented, Joseph and I, that is called Konferenz Collateral Damage. We started in 2015, and we want to add other information to the art history. Yesterday, Joseph explained what we mean by that. And what we are doing, we publish each year a publication, and we ask scientists as well to add their impressions, their ideas about what we are doing. And in the third edition of Friendship Collateral Damage, it was about what it means to be in galut, in exile. Example was Joseph, about what happens to you if you lose your country, Baghdad, and you are exiled to Israel, and the other people are exiled because you are there. And what happened to you if you come in the West and there's no background for you, you don't recognize anything, and you're completely confused. This was the example, but of course we are talking about all the groups in society who have the same experience, to live without a home, without a landscape, with recognizable multi-identity, as I call it. In the fourth edition, we talked about boys, and in the last, that was an overview, but we take all the people we started with us in this 10 years project. We just finished it, but you see now some changes in the museum after we did it, that we recognize that if we as the artists knock on the door, and we are the guardians of the door, as Joseph explained yesterday, you can really act as an active citizen, but it took a lot of time. It was a product of 10 years, but we see that some institutions are changing now. Arnold was part of us in Sittard. There was it difficult because they were afraid to announce our project in public because, oh, Gaza is there and he's maybe Jewish artist. But we're not saying we are Jewish. We talk about diversity. We talk about inclusivity. We want to give examples how you can work in artistic fields. And we are the one who started this, but you take the other disciplines with you. So we just finished this project. So I think it was a success in a certain way to see that the contextualization, not only talk about if you talk about art and interpretation, that it is about the Christian view, there are other views. People have other imagination, they have other information, and you have to add that in a museum in a continuity. And you were talking this morning about econ. If you see the definition now of econ, I'm a little bit disappointed. If you see the definition of econ now, it is very flat. 2 years ago, it was more impressive. They said, we need inclusivity, we need this, we need to open the door for others. And now it is so flat. My question to you as a member, what do you add to this definition of econ? Can you add something that is more of nowadays?
Can't add a lot because I'm an old member of the board. I was in Kyoto, where there was a discussion about what a museum is, and it was a democratic process, and it had a lot of problems because what we see as a museum is in Africa is not the image that people on other parts of the world have of a museum. So bringing all those ideas together is very difficult, and that always the result is a bit flat, I think. I'm not involved, but I've seen the process, and it was more bold in Kyoto than it's now, I think. But it has the reasons, yeah.
It is a pity.
Yeah,
Now it's nothing.
Yeah.
To be honest, really nothing.
Yeah, we can talk. Yes.
Yeah.
There are some stories about it. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Joseph, we have to go over to Elisa. No. We have to make a special project.
Who would like to talk about the role of the artists?
No.
The academic language shut us down.
Elisa is now going to deliver the main speech about the question of the artist as citizen. And hopefully later on we have more time to come to questions to Elisa and others. So we change.
a mic. So I'm Elisa. I'm from Kosovo, an Albanian from Kosovo. My background is architecture. My further studies were more in urban planning and development. My second master's in Belgium and my PhD in Graz. I was born in a family of musicians. My father was a composer. So the first thing I did in my life was singing in front of people while I was 5 years old. But then while becoming a youngster and having dreams of doing things in music, Kosovo went through very worst conditions, political and economical one, like the 90s, as Dejan was speaking also yesterday. So the whole former Yugoslavia went through the same, more or less, struggles, but some parts of Yugoslavia earlier, and Kosovo was the last conflict in 98 and 99. So I'm a product of that period, actually. It shaped me a lot. It made me an activist because that was the only way of surviving in the 90s, trying to live normal in abnormal situations, be active, and trying to see the future in a very dark time. So from activist of the 90s and then continuing after the war, I finished my studies and I tried my best in different positions. I worked in the public sector in the Ministry of Environment and Spatial Planning for 2 years. Then I transferred to the University of Pristina. I was the head of president of the board of the National Gallery between 2011 to 2015. I did a lot in the civil sector, and since 5 years now, I'm a member of the parliament. So I have all these hats: academia, art, and politics. I don't know still where I can do or where I did my best. The last one, the political part and action, is very new one. I don't know. I'm not going to speak about that, but I'm going to speak about art as a platform for dealing with the past. We were talking a lot these 2 days about the other, the contradictories and different views that we have on other categories, other identities. But my major works deal with my community and the differences and the struggles of coping with peace and living in peace because of the past and because of the struggles of the past. So this song is my song. I wrote the lyrics and the music, and I sang it myself. It is a product of one day when I went home, and then I just heard the news, and then there was this member of the parliament, a man, who said they were talking about the law on civil victims of the war in Kosovo, and then the woman in the parliament and the civil society were trying to create a momentum that also categories of sexually abused victims should be within the law of civil victims. And then this member of the parliament came out and in the mic and said that they are our shame and this issue is closed. So for me, this was like, wow. But that was a moment of reflection, not just what he said, but also about myself as a citizen, because it was the year 2011. And for 12 years after the war, nobody was talking about rape in the conflict. Actually, there were actors of civil society dealing with the victims, with their trauma, as safe spaces, but publicly, nobody spoke about that issue. So that day I wrote the lyrics, and I wrote the lyrics from the angle of how they can live in silence and how they can live in peace. So the song is about silence, their silence, living in peace, sort of, present in the psychological idea of being stigmatized by the society, by their own society and their families, and we didn't do anything. But then most of the projects started with a song, and then it ended up they ended up as exhibitions. So this was also one of them. I extended the project into a first public project for breaking the silence and talking about them and sharing some of their stories, of course, without names and without faces, because they don't go public. At least they didn't go until then. And this was really a 2 years project with all these organizations of civil society and 2 of the ministers, one of culture and the other one of European integration, that they were willing to work on this issue. But with a very sensitive process, because we didn't know, I mean, if we go public, how the people would react. So in this moment, the exhibition was a room of confession, like their stories, a middle area or a public space where they appear trapped into this. They are within us, but we don't know who they are, and they don't speak with us. They don't share anything. And the song as a platform of expression, or maybe their shell for the idea of how they live. It was amazing to see the reaction after that. So we were very afraid for 2 years until we came public, and then the public reaction was really amazing. Immediately, the vice prime minister was a lady, Edita Tahiri, also the lady chairing the dialogue with Serbia in Brussels at that time. She created a board for petition, for signing a petition in every municipality for the sexually abused victims during the war, because UN was never reporting on these categories in the report, yearly report. Secondly, the President Yahyaga, maybe this was a nice momentum because they were all ladies. President Yahyaga created a national board on sexually abused victims. And then 2 years later, her impact and the board did a big impact talking with different political parties to bring the law to the parliament again and to amendment the law. So this thing happened. The law was amendmented and these victims were placed inside the law. And yes, another big project came again from another artist after this. This was a very small project, but the momentum that it created for reaction of institutions of Kosovo and civil society pushing in different angles was amazing. So later on, this was my personal initiative for that project. Later on, we have a festival of FemArt Festival, which is a festival dedicated for women artists and activists. And this head of the festival, the director of the festival, Zana, invited me 2-3 years in a row, and I couldn't manage to go. But then the year that I said yes, the theme was freedom versus shame. And she was dealing with the same thing again. So I said, okay, I'm going to go again through the same thing. But now, since it's more, there is more space to discuss, I had access to more stories. I met personally some of the victims. I know them. I visit them time to time. I'm going to do another perspective on this issue. What we did, we went to a grand hotel. This was the biggest hotel from ex-Yugoslav time in the city center. But it was a hotel also that was used by Arkan paramilitary forces. In that time, they were settling down two levels below in the bowling area when the NATO strikes started to happen in Kosovo and Serbia. And there were evidences after the war that many people were abused and violence happened there. So sort of we went to the crime scene. And then I decided that to reveal more stories that can appear in a frame, empty frames that bring these stories to people, but they're detached from the wall so that people can go on the back and give a face to that story for 5 minutes. The only real face was this, Vasfije Krasniqi Goodman. She was 3 months before the exhibition, she went publicly and spoke that she is a victim of rape. She was lucky enough that living in America, having an American husband who supported her a lot, but also having a family in Kosovo, a brother and mother and sisters that supported her. So she is the first one to go publicly to speak. So that's why in all this exhibition, all the frames are empty. It's only her, like as a major figure and a reference that all these other victims see through her, or we can give faces to these stories. And it was an interactive exhibition, so people, if they want, they can take pictures and they can give their face to a certain story, or they can try to be in their shoes for 5 minutes, because, I mean, we were lucky enough that didn't happen to us, but then. And then, yes, a lot of public figures, ambassadors, people from abroad, people visiting the exhibition, people from civil society did a lot of pictures with different stories. And then we decided to have a book that I gave to Steve today out of it. Another angle, how I deal with the same theme, was my last exhibition in the National Gallery 2 or 3 years ago. I played with curtains, and then I just took some very strong statements from these different stories, and they were waved by the women that are the victims of sexual violence during the conflict. So in this room with curtains, it's like very playful, because you can go here and there, and then you become a shadow, and then you appear again. So it's like really, some of them, they are now within us, they are public, they are known, but some of them, they are still unknown to us. Another project and theme that it's always with me, because I was a generation that I lived through that and I experienced that, is the 90s. The 90s as struggling times, but 90s also as the greatest and very special period of a great social mobilization of Albanians in Kosovo. After the 1989, when Milosevic abrogated the Kosovo autonomy, all the curricula in the schools and in the universities changed. Mainly, universities were supposed to be in Serbian. We're not allowed to be educated in our own language. Then also, he tackled practically 2 pillars of society: education and culture through it, and media. So we didn't have Albanian speaking television anymore. So everything what we could see was news from the Serbian angle. What Albanian people did, they created a parallel system of education, which later on was financed by Albanian diaspora in Germany, Switzerland, Belgium. They collected the tax of 3% of all the people working abroad and brought this money to feed, sort of, to pay the teachers maintaining this system, and also the health system and the cultural system. So surprisingly speaking, the cultural arena somehow, because of the conditions, flourished a lot, the underground scene. Up to then, it was very academic way of seeing arts, like people who were educated in art, they were mainly exhibiting in the cultural and artistic spaces. But then in the 90s, because of the activism, because of the need of people to express and to share stories, culture and arts, they flourished a lot. But what I'm talking, maybe it's not quite understandable in the picture that you see, but this is a picture of the Kosovo Pavilion in Venice Biennale, in the 16th Architecture Venice Biennale, where I curated the Kosovo Pavilion. I was lucky to be chosen to be commissioned by the Ministry of Culture. And the theme was free space, the theme of the biennale. And then I elaborated my theme on the idea of how these small free spaces were created within the occupation time in Pristina, and I named it "The City is Everywhere." Why? Because while being outside of public university, which are these dots here on black, where everything you see in black is like university buildings, official ones. And then everything you see in red dots are small houses of people, of Albanian people, that they gave them for free to host a certain branch of or department of university in Albanian language. So practically I was educated in the private schoolhouses, sort of. We did the mapping of that a bit, while a mental map, because there is a generation, living generation, who knows practically where university areas were, but also referring to some of the books that they were written immediately after the war about that. So we mapped generally what is private and what is public, how the periphery became a center gravitation for Albanian people, and how the city of Pristina became a dual city, an ambiguous city, in the sense of there were Serbs and there were Albanians living in the same city, but not communicating to each other. But also we mapped in what you see in colors in each building what kind of the department operated, so that to know in which areas hosted which. This is one of the houses who was granated during the war, the Hertica schoolhouse. I graduated my secondary school in this house. And it's still there. It's not in a good condition. Nothing was done for it for a long time, but the owner wanted to keep it, and he created this shell so that to protect it, to protect the building from the weather conditions. And this is a building, a house, a private house. Now today it's still a private house, but at that time it was a fourth floor house of Albanian person, Ilas Krasnic, I think. And then these 2 floors, they were dedicated for education of the Faculty of Architecture, and the 2 floors, the family was living there. So one element was the house, how the house became a synonym of the city for us. The second element was the satellite dish. While not having news and a program in Albanian language, every Albanian bought a satellite dish. So you could read in the landscape of the city exactly where Albanian families were living. Why? Because there was an agreement. We went to Albania and we asked the Albanian public television if they can provide to us 2 hours of news for Kosovo in Albania. So every day from 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock in the evening, there were 2 hours dedicated only for the news of Kosovo. So we practically knew what happened in our neighborhood through the satellite and through the program from Albania for Kosovo context. But also satellite was a getaway in the sense of being, being in line with music, in Viva, MTV, and all these programs, BBC and NBC and everything what you can think of. So practically youngsters of Kosovo opened up themselves to other dimensions of culture and language and everything else. So these 2 elements were the key elements that I played in the pavilion. I created a space, which is an inside space, but when you go in, it's an outside space. It's a public space. I used the mirror for 2 reasons. One, as an element to, to create an illusion, optical illusion of infinity, but also as a mirror to, to juxtapose yourself, how we are dealing with the same story today. Because youngsters, they don't know about this story, most of them. And then, yes, satellites as idea of a shell, but also of the communication and the lights down, the illumination lights, these spots of schools and universities around the city. It was only, if you go to the pavilion, it's very generic because satellites, it's not a Kosovo identity, it's everywhere. It's only the carpet that brings the city of Pristina, the parallel city of Pristina, the map that I showed you, and the carpet as a sense of home, the idea that we were going to the schools and we opened up ourselves in these private spaces. So the house became practically, it provided a space for city life and public life. When I came back home, immediately I said I thought it should be done something in Kosovo, not the same way, because why to repeat it? And what you see in the picture on the back, it's a national gallery, a National Library of Kosovo, where I couldn't enter as a student because we were not allowed during the 90s. And these domes, 99 domes of illumination, they were provided only to some categories of people. And then this is the university area. And then I created another dome, which is on the ground, because that was the situation for us. The satellite dome that helped us to be educated informally and culturally, like during the 90s. And it's still there, and it's a symbolism also of our Albanian hat, which is named Plis. So I played with the two stories. Another project, it's the idea of the missing persons of the war. There are still 1,600 missing bodies, people. For somebody, it's not a big number, but comparing to Kosovo population, they were 8,000 and something. Now most of them are found, and there is still 1,600 that we don't have answers to that. Serbia was more cooperative when Kosovo was not a state through the International Red Cross. There were two big massive graves found into the period of 2002 to 2003, I think. The Batajnica grave 1 and 2, and then the Petrovo Selo grave. And now it's a very pity because it became a political process. Now when we talk about the missing, now it's placed into a political discussion in Brussels, but the families, they have a hard time on that, because anytime a new small grave or a body is found, all of the families waiting are going through the same procedure, because it should go to the forensics, it should go through the identification and the number to become a name again, and then all the families are disturbed. How did it start? Before the war, I was taking photos in the street because I wanted to. That was a way to do something for my society. But even after the war, when the first founded bodies came from Batajnica, OSCE helped to reveal all the things and the clothes that they found so that the families should relate to who's who and whatever. And then I have a lot of photos like this, but this one kept my eye, because the blouse says, run for your life. And obviously, the signifier having this sign didn't run enough for his life. He ended up in a massive grave. And this is how I started to talk about the missings, using also irony of life and the person that was found. And it has also a song behind. Actually, this is the first project that I did, engaged project in 2007, and it became an exhibition. A interplay between codes. What you see here are codes, like codes, codification of everybody that comes from a massive grave, and then becoming name, because the names were on the other side, because only the families knew the names. Anytime you hear the news about somebody found, you hear the numbers. Publicly, we don't know who is found. Only the families, they know who was found. So for me, the juxtaposition of the two and this interplay of the two and this space in between with this symbolic of flowers up in the, ceiling. The exhibition changed because these flowers, after 3 weeks, they were not the same. They were, not vanishing. They were coming tired then, So it expresses the idea of waiting, of loving, but still being tired of waiting. And then after this, an NGO named Integra, they work a lot in transitional justice in the civil sector, but also with the government and with Hague. But they do a lot of projects with artists and activists due to that. They invited me to do an exhibition for missing persons, but now from the angle of families that are waiting, members of the families, their stories. And then the aim was to put this exhibition inside the Kosovo parliament, to scream within the Kosovo parliament, and to gain a momentum, push the politicians and the parliamentarians to do more on this direction because it became a political issue in the discussion with Serbia. We were lucky enough to have a friend working in the office of the Vice Speaker of the Parliament. We revealed the concept of the exhibition to her, and she went and she made it to convince the Vice Speaker to have an exhibition there. And we did it in the hall, which links the major hall of the Parliament and the deputy hall, like the members of the Parliament that have separate halls. And this is the hall that links the two, with the idea as a corridor of the stories that comes from inside families. Like every door of the office is used as a door of a house. So you have different families in every door. And we have Albanian families, but we also have Serbian families that lost their relatives immediately after the war or during the war. So this is very important to highlight because in everything I did, I referred to International Red Cross information. So there are Romas, there are Serbians, there are Albanians in the list of victims. For me, the matter was treating the victims and treating the story from the angle of the victims, no matter the ethnicity. We played with the idea of the dark path and being tired of waiting. The whole corridor became an exhibition of itself. Every door represents one family, one house, and the stories coming out in the walls are like coming out in the public space in the corridor. We play with the element of the key. Every story, especially stories of the mother, they say, I don't know why I closed the door. Every time the door rings or somebody puts the key in the door, I think he's back or she's back. So it's interesting how the interplay with the key. So the key has an ambiguous role in this exhibition. First, to give an answer to the issue, to find the final, the last body, but also there is a key, 1,600 keys, different keys, small and big and with different designs for every person. And then the down floor, which is like different bodies laying down, but is interweaving, so hardly some of the people recognize that they are walking through the bodies. It was a project for 1 month, but it's still there. And I'm very happy that it's still there. It's very visited. At the beginning, it was an agreement with the Parliament that it should be open to the public. Now they cannot handle it, you know, but anyone who comes in, even the different diplomatic and politicians that they come to Kosovo Parliament, they see it and they go through it. And yeah, just to have a clue what I'm talking about. And another issue, maybe I'm not tiring you too much, the identities that we were talking today and yesterday. Still, I'm dealing with my own community in the sense of when we were part of former Yugoslavia, Kosovo province was represented by the flag black and red. This was our flag because 92% of people in Kosovo were and are Albanians. So the flag of Kosovo was red and black. And then when Kosovo became a state, this was a condition that when the call was open to design new, how to say, signifiers of a new state, there should not be anything of ethnography, ethnography and colors in any kind. Why? Because Kosovo is not a nation state. Kosovo is a state of its citizens, and it's Albanians, Serbs, Turkish, Roma, Bosnians, and Croatian also, and Gorani. There are some other communities appearing. And in this sense, there should be a flag that represents all of them. So this is a flag, and this is, and this is an interplay of a reality that used to be in our chest and a dream while working and towards the dream that to be free. But then it's a reversal, condition, reality, and dream. When I did this project, I had a lot of problems with civil society and media because they were confronting me that there is no such a thing as Kosovar identity. which can be true in a sense because you cannot create an identity as such, you know, but there could appear, it could appear because this flag is one of them now. But we are a generation of ambiguous feeling because we have different signifiers and different anthem. At that time of former Yugoslavia, now we have a different anthem without any word, just a music line and a different flag which represent or should represent everybody. So the discussion about what identity is appeared in Kosovo also within Albanians itself. What is Kosovo identity now? For sure, it's not ethnic based. It's more than that. And in the 10th anniversary of Kosovo, for many struggles that Kosovo still have because it's a young country, what is good is that all the legislative framework is quite new, and it is new, and it's based on acquis communautaire, and they are very contemporary laws based on EU standards and requirements, but also the constitution is very modern. It embraces the human rights chart, European Human Rights Charter and other charters for the right to the city and charter for disability categories and many universal rights. And this is a guarantee that also the laws should be in line with the constitution. But I played with this, so now it's me, subject and object at the same time. Taking picture and then trying to say something from my angle. We were waiting for visa liberalization for so long. And we fulfilled all the requirements and additional requirements in 2016. But then the political situation in Kosovo changed, and then somehow we did it to ourselves, and it was postponed up to last year. But then it had a huge negative impact also, because being free but being not able to move, being trapped in a free small country but not able to experience anything else besides Albania, Macedonia, and Montenegro, and going through Serbia in other countries when you have a visa, frustration grew very much. Anger grew very much, specifically in at the younger generation, but also in the name of development and construction. You see the landscape behind me. The sky is not visible anymore from the transformation of the city with no regulation and with no plans. So for me, this was a momentum of reflection of being proud of being Kosovar or Albanian or whatnot, and this hat of Albanians, which is, and the request for being free in the all dimensions of being free, which means freedom of movements. And I translated this picture into this piece of art, sort of, myself in a frame, but with a request of flow, going out of the frame, going out of Kosovo, going out of the box. And that helps also opening the mind and opening the heart and embracing other values and other cultures. This piece now is a part of the national collection of National Gallery of Kosovo. And I think it's just a small contribution. And I think now, since we're also free to move, and it's very easy to move, it helped a lot Kosovo to have another angle on herself, specifically through also Erasmus Plus projects, youngsters going out to study abroad. I can talk about myself. I didn't experience that. I went with my own money, and it was very hard to do that. But the bringing back, what they bring back to Kosovo because of other knowledges, other cultures, and the openness, it's amazing. And this is where I would stop, because I have a lot of things to say, but I will stop here because I would like to discuss together with you in any question or critique or or idea that you have of what I've done. Today, I have a political role. I'm in opposition, but I still continue to do my part. And I go out of the parliament, and this is not Elisa and the parliament, this is Elisa and the community. Recently, I was engaged from the ex-Kosovo, former Kosovo president. I was discussing with someone earlier to establish a small minimalist museum about sexually abused victims of the war. And it will start this month, I think. So this is my story and my responsibility and my production due to that. So actually, Steve, I told you I was a responsible citizen and became an artist, sort of, just because of the need to say something through the platform of arts and culture.
Thank you very much. And I take the position of being the moderator for your questions and comments. Anything you would like to share with regard to not just what Akudo said, but obviously what Elisa was presenting. And put up the signs if you want to say something, helps me very much. By show of hand, Linda, please.
Thank you very much. I'm very touched what you have done. And to free yourself, not to put in a box, and to free yourself as a multi-identity person. Yeah. But what we see now in our countries, people are placed in a box. And can we, how can we free ourselves without a war of this situation?
Maybe it's okay to collect two.
Okay. Yeah.
Miguel. Could you use the microphone? Makes it easier for the transcript.
More than a question is a comment, and I just want to appreciate the presentation you did because I think it was quite touching, and it really shows the power of culture, like pass a message, and the importance of mixing culture also with the good narrative and with a clear objective. And by being disruptive, at the same time, you pass the message and you go into people's souls. So it's a wonderful way of yesterday, Joseph was asking me what is the role of an artist for you. I mean, this is what I really think is part of the role of an artist. Of course, we cannot just ask all the artists to be active in such a way, but I really think that when you have the opportunity and you have the feeling you can do something, the power of culture or the power of creativity as a person can really change and help to change the things. So I really appreciate very much this presentation because it's something that goes very in line with my expectations on which should be the role of an artist as a citizen. So thank you very much, Elisa. And unfortunately, I have to leave, and that was my second message, just because I cannot say goodbye, everybody. Just it was a pleasure to be here with you. Hope to come back next year, and I will follow the conclusions and results very closely and try to contribute as much as possible to this initiative. So thank you, Elisa, and thank you also to the previous presentation. Very inspiring.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Participation.
Have a safe travel.
Yeah.
Thank you
Yeah.
for the comment.
Yeah.
It's a very hard question, actually. I'm going to try to answer it. One way is this struggle and confrontation that probably we all have of our inherited identity or born identity, and then how to say, embraced and new cultivated identities that we can have them on our path through our lives. Because some of the identities we choose, we want to represent a certain group, we believe in certain values, or we were born with some values. But and this is something that goes with everyone. But what I see is, and this is what I saw also from, I met some Albanians yesterday, Kosovo Albanians, and it's interesting how they kind of, they live like in the bubble, you know, because it's this fear of losing your language, of losing your heritage or tradition. And then you live in Germany, you have a restaurant and you have new friends, but still at home, the clock is as 10 years ago. I don't know. And in the openness of the world and technology, what can bring to us, we are able to see that whatever we read especially in social media, it brings this fear of what you're saying. That people are angry, people want to, how to say, my identity is more important than yours. My religion is more important than yours. This is crazy. And this is why everything what we see around conflicts are happening. So how about, spaces of dialogue, safe spaces. Some people don't speak because they fear to speak. Some people speak, but they see only their perspective. My fear, for example, in Kosovo and in the region is that the war ended, but it's very hard to maintain the peace. It's very hard. Even within one community. Not to say that we have so many communities living in Kosovo, and then you have youngsters living in Kosovo who never saw a Serb or never talked to one of them. Or for example, the churches were attacked in Kosovo in 2004, and then me as an architect, wherever I go, I visit churches and mosques and different cultural and religious structures because I want to see them. But in Kosovo, I never entered a monastery or a church after the war, because as foreigner, you can go without permission. As an Albanian living in Kosovo, we should ask for a permission. We should tell them 2-3 days or a week ago that we want to go, and they have to give permission to you to go. I understand, in a sense, that they were attacked by some rebellion Albanians after the war. But what I don't understand is that in the name of protection, because they are protected by KFOR, the Kosovo forces, international and forces operating in Kosovo troops. In the name of protection, you create this huge gap of people not being affiliated with the cultural heritage of your country and not knowing the culture of the other. I don't know if I'm answering your question, but for me, these are all fears and then tendencies that to put in top of each other one's identity to the other. And it's not like that, because if we live in a world of horizontal communication, then also this should be a mosaic of all the pieces that come together for the bigger picture, different truths, different images, different cultures, different ethnicities, and even the smallest piece on the edge has the same importance as the piece in the middle. What could be the approach? I said earlier, only the cultural platforms. Because if you don't know the other, you judge immediately. You fear. If you know them, you talk more, you share, then even if you fear, the fear takes a different shape and it takes a different answer, and then it goes away when you get to know the other. Not communicating at all what happens in Kosovo, like after the war with Serbs and Albanians, young generation, because we communicate. It could be a threat for the future and for the peace in the future. I hope I managed to tell you something. Sorry. But it's very complicated. It's sensitive, complicated, always, and uncertain.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, because it is that Paul said we are living in conflict situations, and they are playing with the identity, the political figures, and even the institutions. So how can we react on that as an artist, as a cultural institution?
I read a quote, or maybe a quote or just a sentence in some, I don't know, a study for cities. And it's this quote that says, dealing with uncertainty. So you cannot make a fixed plan for a certain city because you don't know who's going to live there 10 years later on, which kind of community can appear and what kind of needs you might have 10 years later. So you cannot predict the future as it used to be more easier before. So living with uncertainty and dealing with uncertainty, not just in spatial planning and address and policy territorial agendas, but also in social aspect. I think it should be a platform. We should be fluid. It's a fluid time, you know, fluid in a good manner, not not rigid as such. Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else to reflect on what Elisa presented? Oh yeah, then I don't know who was first. I would take Susanna first and then Utz. Yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to add a commentary that your presentation was very inspirational. It was not an easy subject, and I admire most of all that you didn't give up, even given that the circumstances back in time or even now were and are critical or complicated. You didn't give up and you tried to change something in the society, in the community. And it's very inspirational for me because I'm going through a phase where I'm very frustrated from the situation in Europe and in Slovakia especially. I'm close to giving up, but presentations like this always sparkle that little light that maybe it's not yet the time to give up. So thank you for that.
Give you a momentum how I started. After being in Belgium with 2 albums, very successful one, and they were full of joy and freedom and love and whatnot, I just figured out that I don't have anything in my music that represents what my community went through. So this is how I started to write myself, I told you, but also when I chose to my work to be dedicated to the victims was that there was so much production in heroism, songs celebrating the heroism of people, what happened in Kosovo, which is one part of, you raised that question or concern yesterday, but also a lot of monuments, you know, after the war, which can sometimes have a contra effect also in the community that they are built, you know, or they are reflecting. So for me, it was very important to bring the angle and the perspective of the victim, whoever it is, and to see how they can feel a part of the society, because nobody dealt with them after the war. Even today, for example, only 472 sexually abused victims have gained the status, verified status from the state, and they have pensions. Because some of them, they don't want to talk, some of them left the country, and some of them, there are not so much evidences that that thing happened to her or to him. And it's a very painful process, to be honest.
It's great how you put it to the exhibitions and to all the projects that you showed us, because it's a very subtle, it needs to be done with
passion and
yes, special care, so to say.
That's why they take time, 2 years,
Yes,
3 years, one project. Yeah.
And I also have to leave. I'm sorry for that. So I would like to say thank you, just like Miguel, and have a nice rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us. I hand over to Utz, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for this presentation. It's impressive how you gave a face to the victims that do not want to uncover their faces, and I think that is a very powerful way of expressing what they experienced. This is one angle. There's also an angle about the people who do the rape, the men who do the rape. And we discover, I think, that rape is a sort of structural instrument in wars. And have you considered of putting that to to the at front, so not the victim's perspective, but also the ones that did it, because many of the men that did this are back in society on all levels, doing the things they do and getting away with it.
Oh, sorry. Just tell the story of Vasfia. She was living in Kosovo immediately after the war still, and she gave her story to a UN mission in Kosovo, I mean, the international community, because for 3 years, Kosovo didn't have institutions. It was run by government, non-governmental and governmental international institution. And I'm telling her story because I know her story, and her dossier just has been lost. So she went again in EULEX after Kosovo became independent. She left in America, she was married, she somehow overcome the situation and discussed with her husband. She came back and she went to EULEX. EULEX was a body of EU who was in charge of justice and justice institutions in Kosovo to monitor the justice process for 4 years or 5 years while independence happened. She knows the perpetrator. The perpetrator is free. He's a police officer in the Kosovo police. And still, there is no epilogue of her case. I don't know why. Because I don't know what happened in the justice system, but this is the case. So for me, that is one part, bringing the stone at his place, and then maybe they can feel that justice is there. Because justice is not there, and we all say that, and she says that. But for me, the social dimension and spiritual dimension and mental dimension of the victims being stigmatized by their own community was the biggest concern. Because now she comes to Kosovo, she has her own NGO, she goes to Gaza and Israel and Ukraine, and she's communicating with the victims there. She does a lot of things, empowering other women in conflict areas. And after her, there are 3 more victims that they came out public. It's a very small number, but still it's a step. For me, it's not something that I would not try to do. Is it easy? No, it's very hard. It's very hard. Some of the perpetrators are not in Kosovo. They were part of paramilitary forces and the force of ex-Yugoslavia, Serbia, whatever you name it. And then it's impossible to work with. So I chose to work with other dimension and to make an environment which is more friendly and sensitive for them as victims of the war.
Linda.
It's a very small question. Who's the guy who raped the girl? Where do you find him? Who raped her?
He used to be a paramilitary person, but now he lives in Kosovo and he's a police.
But he is in the video. The guy who is in the, that is my question. Who is the guy that's, who is the guy?
No, this video was done by a production. For me, there were two requests when we did the video because I didn't do the video. First, musically speaking, I wanted to have an element of war, because rape happens also in the peace conditions. So to have the idea that it happened during the war, it's this march that you hear to give this this sensitivity, this feeling, and then in the whole video is a person, a lady, who tortures herself for the bad thing to go out, to clean herself. Because that what you see is not blood, it's a the metaphor of what she holds within, you know, this bad story and black story and what happened to her. So whatever she tries to do is that she tortures herself in a sense of trying to make herself capable of putting it out and cleaning herself emotionally and physically and mentally.
And my question
But the man, I don't know, they were just doing the work that the producer of the video did.
Yeah, that is great.
Yeah. So that was the aim. It was not aimed to visualize the rape because it's, I mean, that's not the way how to approach these kind of themes, but more on the idea of a lady that tries to free herself and some small actions and reactions of men trying to look at her, to see who she is, to stigmatize her and to punish her or whatever. Because most of the ladies that were raped, their husband left them. We have cases that are treated psychologically, that the woman was raped, the husband was in the house, he saw the rape, they are still together, but they don't have physical relation. They live together still, but because of this trauma, double trauma, her being raped, but also him seeing the rape. Yes, and not reacting to that or whatnot. So there are different cases, to be honest.
Anybody else?
Sorry, it's a very hard topic. But I really tried to go through it in a very descriptive way, not to go too deep because it's heavy.
It is. So if there's nobody wanting to chip in, we take a 10-minute break. And after the break, Hugo and I will present the European House for Culture, have a small discussion about this. Would like to welcome anybody who wants to join in it. And then as I said, at 4 p.m. will be the reception taking place here at the European Academy. Okay? So 10-minute break. After that, thank you very much, Elisa. Another round of applause. I see you back in 10 minutes then. Okay, so I figure we move on in order to make best use of the time. There are still some people missing. Joseph, if you want to say something, now would be time for you to take it up if you wanted to. I'm still sorry for cutting you short yesterday, so that's I would like to make it up.
I will take my time whenever I wish during
Okay,
the
so
coming
just let you know you can.
24 hours.
Just, I hope you feel this is a safe space for you also to say what you want, but not as long as you want. Okay, the way we planned this is that Hugo would start with giving, oh, wait a second. So we plan to make this an open conversation again. However, Hugo will start to give you the history and the idea of the European House for Culture, and then I will chip in with clarifying or saying something on the 3 documents you also find on the program, on the first or second page of the program, which are linked there. And then we will have a discussion on how to go on with the European House for Culture before we move on to the reception. Okay? So then, Hugo, I forgot to bring the Belgian flag. I'm sorry. We have them here somewhere.
So I'm Belgian, so to underline. Shortly present myself. I had not yet the occasion, so I'm Hugo de Greve. I'm from Belgium. I was the founder of the theater Kai Theater in Brussels. I was also the director of that theater for 20 years, working with a very strong generation of new performing artists from Belgium and also in the world. I was also general manager of the culture capital of Bruges in 2002. And then after that, I was running an art center in Brussels, the Flaget Art Center. And I was for some years also Secretary General for the European Festival Association. And for the moment, I'm still busy and active with some important projects in Brussels. I'm the president of Passaporta. And Passaporta is a house for literature, and also a 2-yearly literature festival in the city. It's one of the big literature festivals in Europe. And I'm also president of the dance school Parts, Contemporary Dance School Parts. It's a dance school of the choreographer Andresa de Keersmaker. So this is a very fascinating project in the Brussels. And I'm also having 2 small residency places for artists near Brussels in a small village called Gaasbeek and another village called Beersel. So just to situate a little bit my activities, so always very strongly artist-driven, artists collaborating. And in the almost 50 years I'm working in the practice, I crossed Steve Austin always in different positions and different contexts. So we have a long way of working together in the past 47 years already. So as Christian said, I will speak a little bit of the short history of the European House for Culture, because we will present today the European House for Culture, let's say the 2nd edition, the 2nd version. But there was a first version some 10, 12 years ago. The website is still existing, so you can consult on the website. It was a moment 10, 12 years ago that we thought with some partners that to set up a structure to be a partner in discussion and debates with the European politics, certainly, and also with a lot of colleagues in Europe. I try to click. I have to click left or right? Left. Okay. You see, it's about the European House. You can find it as it was. It's important also to see the members. Can I scroll it down here? Here? Okay, yeah. Yeah, you see the founding members in 2000 and let's say 12, 13. And then you see a lot of members. We had at that time the system that we could have a lot of informal members, and it was quite a lot of culture figures in Europe who were part of that organization. We did activities like the Brussels Conversation, which was a yearly debate in Brussels with culture actors and politicians. So it was quite useful to have that kind of dialogue, and we can later on speak on the experiences that we had at that point to have a dialogue with political levels. And what is also an important element in our working, if you have time to consult it, we proposed also a European resolution for culture, which was a very specific paper to bring the culture into the level. I have a PDF if I want. Can I have a PDF here? Can I open it?
Yeah, click on it left.
Okay, I do it. Not coming.
Take some time.
Okay. Just did one. You go there. Click there. You get there. Yeah.
This one.
Yeah. You have a PDF. Yeah, that's it. So those who are interested in that kind of matter, it's really deep stuff that we could make and bring into discussion with the political level. For different reasons, we couldn't go on with the first edition of the European House of Culture. A couple of years ago, we were strongly linked with the European Festival Association, and by let's say the working platform that they were setting up, the European House of Culture has not yet the right place there. So Steve, but also Frans de Ruiter, we have to mention Frans de Ruiter, who was the president of the European House of Culture, and who cannot be here by reason of his health. So it's quite important to mention him as one of the inspirators and working forces behind that first edition of the European House of Culture. Steve, Linda, Frans, and myself, we decided that we would set up a second edition and to rebuild, in fact, the European House of Culture. And you see it also by the program. We are already co-organizer of this event today. But of course, the future is essential, and it's important that we speak with you about the intention of the European House of Culture, and also to discuss with you what kind of collaborations we can set up. Yesterday evening, we signed the statutes officially between the four partners. So officially, we exist from yesterday evening. And so we are ready to have our first activity now to discuss with you. But first, Christian will, of course, speak about those new plans and what we intend to give reason for this European House of Culture.
Thank you very much, Hugo. Any questions to the history? Otherwise, I would like to start. And as you all noticed, for the last 1.5 days, the European Academy is 90% oriented towards politics and is talking about politics very often. But however, we would like to make more use of cultural approaches in order to understand and foster our understanding of politics better. And I prepared just a short summary of the 3 documents you find also linked, or if you got a PDF, it's linked. If you don't have it as PDF, but on paper, it's not linked. But you have the titles of the documents important to our mission on the program. And the first one is strengthening European identity through education and culture. And this document outlines the European Commission's vision for building a European education area by 2025. So 6-8 weeks left to do that. The focus is on increasing mobility, reducing barriers to education, and fostering cultural diversity, emphasizing initiatives like Erasmus+, for example. And the goal is to use education and culture to drive social cohesion and economic growth, enabling young people to embrace a shared European identity. So this is one part, one foot, so to say, one leg on which we are standing as European House for Culture. This gives us also the political background to speak to politicians and to speak to people representing different states about what we are doing. The second leg would be the new European Agenda for Culture, which is the second item in this list. And this agenda focuses on the cultural, social, and economic benefits of culture. It highlights the role of culture in social cohesion, creativity, and also economic growth. Quite important for Berlin, by the way. It promotes cultural participation, the mobility of artists, and deeper collaboration between EU nations. Culture is positioned as a catalyst for digital transformation, economic opportunity, and broader social change. So here you have the second argument why culture is very deeply woven into everything Europeans and on this level politicians talk about. And the third item is the very current, very timely EU work plan for culture running from 2023 to 2026. And this resolution says that a work plan, or this work plan, establishes culture's role in driving sustainability. So another link that was very crucial yesterday, social transformation and EU external relations, looking outside the European Union and trying to better understand Europe by looking at it from the outside. So if you imagine the European Union and Europe being a mosaic, it's always easier to look at it from a distance to better understand it and to see what it means. And this work plan prioritizes artist support, cultural engagement, and sustainability. The document calls for the integration of culture into broader EU policies and emphasizes greater collaboration across the cultural sector. So, 3 legs to stand on, always good, always helpful. And I would like just shortly to give you our very own perspective on why the European Academy deems it worthwhile to engage itself in this endeavor and to be part of the European House for Culture. So just that you have an idea why an institution that is not primarily invested in culture is trying to be useful in this part. So looking at these documents, the European House for Culture aims to create a shared space for cultural exchange, collaboration, and the strengthening of European identity, aligning with the goals articulated in these key EU documents. And by that, we are following our mission of deeper integrating the European Union. So this is our mission statement from 1963. And the intersections, and only to give you 3 of between the European House for Culture and the EAB existing work are, for example, cultural exchange and mobility. This is something we are working on. It aligns deeply well with the EAB's mission of fostering cross-border connections. And we think we will be able to better and to expand our current efforts to create opportunities for young people especially, but also for professionals to engage in cultural and educational exchanges, contributing to social cohesion and a shared European identity. For example, our ongoing Erasmus Plus projects, there are 6 right now running this year, which facilitate student and professional mobility, can be directly linked. They could have been linked today, but they can be linked next year also to the goals of the European House for Culture. So we can put existing projects and programs under the umbrella of the European House for Culture and make it by that not just more visible, but to find more and better and newer partners for what we are doing. Then the second part, which is very important and close to our heart, is the promotion of social cohesion and creativity. As I mentioned, the new European Agenda for Culture focus on social cohesion and creativity resonates strongly with the EAB's existing work in political education. So civic education, political education should make use of this. And our initiatives, such as workshops with young leaders and dialogues with civil society actors, aim to foster mutual understanding and resilience. And by contributing to the European House for Culture, EAB will continue to leverage its expertise in organizing educational events that promote cultural participation and foster collaboration. And thus, we plan to inject culture and the topics we talked about for the last 2 days into our workshops on civic education, on bringing them to teachers, for example, young journalists and everybody else we are working with, not just here in Berlin, but all over Germany and all over Europe. And the third point I would like to make is that supporting sustainability and artistic engagement is also a core function of what the EAB has to reach. And this refers to the EU work plan I just mentioned for culture's priorities. And EIB's role as a provider of political education, especially in topics like sustainability and societal resilience, will add, we hope, value to the European House for Culture by bringing a focus on how cultural work contributes to broader societal change. Through projects like our recent collaboration on sustainable cultural practices, we are well positioned to support artists and cultural professionals in their efforts to contribute to social transformation. So the last point, these are reasons we bring in. So this would be the argument why we would like to be accepted in the European House for Culture. But as Hugo said, we already signed the deal, so I don't have to write an application anymore. But this would what my application would have been looking like if we still had to approach you from the outside. But to make it more concrete, everything you said the last couple of hours and days was very inspiring in so far that we would like to change this place to offer safe spaces for dialogue, to be not just a site, as I said, but a place where people feel safe. That's important, I think. But it also has to be interesting, and we would like to make it more fun to be here. So the main goal in transforming the European Academy Berlin will be to not invite people by sending them our program and tell them this is Europe, this is civic education, this is democracy, because all these words don't mean anything if you bring them up front. If you start telling anybody, please come here, you get a civic education course, nobody comes. And I speak from experience. I've been running this organization for 5 years now, and we need to change something right there. So we need to invite people to have fun, to play, to spend time with other Europeans. And then in the end, after, I don't know, after a day or after 90 minutes, we tell them, by the way, what you just saw and what you just witnessed was civic education. But then it's too late. And then they cannot run away anymore because we already injected a feeling of collaboration. They met other people. They had personal encounters with other Europeans, which is for us very important in order to immunize them against xenophobia and to take away their images of other people they might have or might feel they can and should have. Yeah, and by that way, we would like to bring in what we can do, and we would also like to participate and to obviously profit from and benefit from all your perspectives and all your work. So I think that in this room, I don't have to make a case for networking. Yeah, that's it. European House for Culture 2.0. Comments, questions?
Are the members that you aim for?
I think that everyone who can follow this can become member. We want to be very open. Of course, once member, you engage yourself for the project on an actively way. But besides on that, we are also planning to do the same what the first version of the European House did, is building again an informal group of people with responsibilities in the culture field, Europe, but also elsewhere, to support this by giving their name in the informal group of members. Our President Frans de Ruiter wrote already to all the members, existing members of the first edition that you can find on the website, to announce the changing of the situation and to ask them to be ready to be to receiving a message from us once we are so far as we are now today, that we can restart the project. So we are really open to have, besides of the 4 members we have now, to have more members. That's absolutely something which is an open call to be part of this project on that level as taking responsibility of the plan.
Thank you for that. And one additional question. What is the kind of investment you think that members should do, whether it is in kind or in money?
Each members?
Yeah.
Now, we just started with this event here. So we want to organize a yearly event like this to continue on the things we discussed here. You give a suggestion for next year. I think tomorrow we will have other suggestions. And so we will take care of that with the help of Christian. He already said we can organize here another event. But from the informal group, we want, of course, that they support us, give their ideas, make other connections during the year, so that some suggestions are already there, so that we continue the idea that is behind the European House for Culture. Yeah.
I think there are two important levels to go on with what Linda is saying. Okay.
In the upper right.
En dan moet ik... Like this, okay? No, I think that gatherings like these will be our attention, absolutely, so that we can do that frequently. For instance, in Brussels, we plan it for 26 to have kind of international gathering, European gathering with partners and colleagues. And also Brussels is, of course, a good situation to have an involvement of the European political levels. So they are, let's say, on a reasonable distance to visit such a meeting. So this is a plan. I understood that next year we will have a meeting again here. Is that correct? But to discuss tomorrow, I imagine. So this is one level of thing, to organize that kind of contacts. As we said already today, the importance to listen to experiences that everyone has in a local situation, and being concerned by bringing it in such a situation that we are really working on that European engagement for culture. So that's one thing clear. Secondly is setting up, and that's on the program tomorrow morning on the agenda. We have, again, the plans also to be on, let's say, on speaking terms with the political levels, European political levels, about implementing the importance of culture in policy. That remains an ambition to start. We did it already in the first version on a certain level with nice results. We remember the regular meetings we had at the European Parliament under the presidency of Mr. Puttering. We remember also the Brussels conversations, for instance, where we had that. So at that moment, it's really an ambition to have that activity again on the program, but to start. And it's on the agenda tomorrow morning, so maybe we can already have a kind of concrete propositions mentioned on that.
And this is still in a very early phase, so that we are making ourselves, well, that we're trying to get more clearness about what our goals are. But the midterm goal obviously has to be to write an application for a project or for a program in order to get funding to make this a more stable platform. But as of right now, should provide a platform for days like these and conferences like these, where people can share their perspectives, where we learn from each other. So this is one major goal. Alexander, please.
Thank you very much. It's a very interesting idea. As I have said, networking, creative networking is very important in our time. And I say it because we are a member of European House of Culture, as a member of European Festival Association, our organization. So we you are ready to support this idea in Ukraine.
Thank you. Steve.
This, we used the juridical, the legal form, the only legal form the European Union is offering for free to any European entity, legal entity, national entity, to join this European House for Culture. It means legal bodies who are not based in a member state can't become full member, but they can opt for associated member. And we do have such an associated member from Belgrade in our previous EEIG, and Jan will opt for associated member in the new entity. What does that mean? It means that Jan will be part of the consulting practice of a rather limited group of responsible and devoted members and associated members, but the Jan never can take part in the voting. He has no voice, and nevertheless we pick his brains and money, of course. But that is the nature of this entity. So I would say it would be very helpful if a Ukrainian legal entity who follows the rules of the statutes is going to opt for an associated membership. So we can't offer you much, but we can misuse of your willingness to become part of it.
Okay, we talk about this more tomorrow morning in the first session. And then if nobody else wants to chip in, we have 10 minutes before the reception starts, where we also can talk about all this, obviously. So see you in 10 minutes up there. Thank you very much.
Course, universities can join, but single professors and single students, yes.
Single legal entity.
So somebody of
So for
a public university